Good morning, bon dia, and welcome to the final event of the RegionArts project. I'm very happy to have you all here. Thank you for participating. We are running slightly late, so I will not give you much introduction and we'll go into the core of the event. I would like to thank you all the participants, the one coming from Portugal, but also the one coming from the rest of Europe for the travel they did yesterday night. We are now starting the event. I'm Chiara Francia. I will be the moderator of the event. My role today is just to make sure that the event runs smoothly, that the speakers are respecting the timing, and the participants will survive and be happy until the end of the event. Just a couple of housekeeping rules. So please mute your mobile phone, and if you need, the toilet is on the 5th floor. The building is beautiful, but it's a little bit complex in the logistics. So don't get lost. If you get lost, please call us and we'll bring you back to the room. Now we are going to start the event. I am calling the Professor Antonio Marques, coordinator of the Porto Design Factory and coordinator of the RegionArts project. Please, Antonio Marques, the floor is yours.
Well, good morning, dear Vice President of City Council, Engineer Filipe Araújo, dear Dr. João Ribeiro da Silva from the Northern Regional Directorate for Culture, dear Vicenzo Capo Casale, Joint Secretariat of the Interreg European Program, dear members of the Presidents of the Polytechnic of Porto and its 8 schools, dear partners of the RegionArts project, dear guests, professors, students, and other participants present here. On behalf of the Polytechnic of Porto, I would like to greet and welcome all of you to this final event of the RegionArts project, an Interreg Europe project that aims to boost the competitiveness of the small and medium enterprises by combining technological development and innovation with artistic and creative talent. In fact, the perspective that innovation resides where art and science connected is not new. It is somehow consensual that the most creative innovation of our civilization came from those who were able to connect the arts, the science and technology. Science and technological skills are not the only forces driving innovations. Art, creativity, and the involvement of the communities play a significant role in the innovation process, gaining preeminence as a catalytic for an efficient conversion of the science and the technological knowledge into novel products, service and process, and as a facilitator for open approaches in society, research and business. Today, also, societal challenges such as COVID crisis, climate changes, war, migrations, and other phenomena are deeply intertwined with art, science, and technology development. Both art, science, and technology play a key role in building more creative, innovative, and effective solutions to these societal problems on a global scale. From another perspective, in an era of cognitive computing and the accelerated digitalization of all the sectors of the economic and social activity, it is with very promising and enthusiastic but also unpredictable impacts. It is essential to preserve humanistic values and human characteristics for the development of an increasingly diverse and inclusive society based in a more contemporary social model. In this process, art and humanities will continue to play a very important role in promoting critical thinking, social relations, emotions, personal consciousness, among others. And it is with this framework that this final event organized by Port Design Factory in partnership with Innova Mais in turn, aims to present several region experience in the next southern collaboration between art, science and technology to stimulate the growing recognition of the importance of the artistic and creative process as a catalyst for innovation highlighted by the Digital Agenda for Europe. This event is an opportunity to share all the work developed by the partners since the beginning of the project and to discuss new ideas and collaborations, taking advantage of all participants to create synergies that allow a joint effort and a prosperous future between the two sectors of ICT and CCIs. The partners will address their actions, plans in various European partner regions of the project and take about their results and the expected impact on their regional policies and their ecosystems. In these terms, I expect this event to be an excellent opportunity to share knowledge, innovative practice, and expand collaborations, networks, and partnerships, essential for the continuously updating of the transdisciplinary approach between art, science, and technology in promoting innovation and development of people and communities. Therefore, I wish you an excellent and fruitful work. And that you will take advantage of your stay here to get to know the city, the culture, and above all, to enjoy our beautiful city of Porto. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Marques. I'm now asking Engenheiro Felipe Araújo, Vice President of the Porto City Council, to give us an opening speech. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Let me say first, congratulate the Vice President of the Polytechnic of Porto for all the work you have been doing, especially in this together with many of the schools that Polytechnic has in this area. Greeting of course everyone that is here for this event. To thank also Interact Europe for choosing also Porto and to help together with Polytechnic, that represents us so well in this European project. Also to greet all the other partners that are involved in this project. Welcome to Porto. It's of course a big honor to have you all here. Maybe you have heard, but Porto is always talking about bringing together the tradition, the culture, the science and knowledge, and this is more or less how we see our city, and we are proud of that. We continuously challenge ourselves to follow a path of growth and improvement for our institutions, for our companies, for our communities, but always without forgetting the unavoidable connection between our past and the future that we envision. And of course, if we are in a city that has more than 2,000 years of history, it's also recognized by UNESCO as World Heritage. And for more than these 2,000 years, we have been developing, as we usually say, a unique capacity of being resilient, but always trying to find innovative solutions to the most demanding challenge that we all have in our cities. And this capacity to address this challenge in different and innovative ways is for sure one of the keys of Porto's success. And today, Porto has a state-of-art knowledge being produced by the academia, a strong pool of talents and creative people, a large number of R&D units with many scientists in these units. Also a growing local investors network, so a lot of new ideas, new startups, new scale-ups, so very vibrant community. But also, for you to understand, good accessibility, good infrastructures, although we are building a new metro line right now and you have a good look to it. So a bit of a bit more construction that we would like right now, but it's the progress, so we have to wait until the end to have even more good accessibilities. uncommon safety levels, and as I mentioned, this all brings together a very high quality of life and a vibrant culture, and the ability also to feed an ecosystem. I was talking with Professor Antonio Marques before, the importance of feeding the ecosystem day by day in order to become more interesting. So it is clear that innovation plays a very, very big role, and there is an ecosystem that leads us to the transformation. And as an example of something that we also, as a municipality, have been promoting, we have our Porto Innovation Hub, that is a municipality initiative, which is, let's say, an open house for the entire city to explore innovation. And make use, of course, the tools that we provide there. So there are a lot of events that we run in this house that brings all the community together to talk about innovation, what is coming on, and what is the ecosystem that I just told you about. We also see the city as a living lab, a place where companies, also academia, but also the citizens in general can test their products, can test their services in an ecosystem that sees the co-creation and the experimentation as something very important, something that we use or are used to be as a common and increasingly valued practices. So we like to foster these kind of things. This Innovation Hub is also home of Porto Digital, and Porto Digital is my right arm for innovation, I usually mention like that, and also has its own toolbox that serves the municipality and acts as an accelerator for the implementation of innovation and digital transition strategies in Porto, in the city as a whole, but also in the municipality and our municipal companies. And when it comes to the creative and cultural industries, we consider them as a very important engine of growth and innovation that should be fostered and strategically exploited, as they play a very unique role for the growth, for inclusiveness, for sustainability in the European Union and, of course, in the world. And I think we are all here together because of that sense of importance. And in fact, the United Nations just proclaimed last year the International Year of Creative Economy for Sustainable Development, which is particularly relevant after this sector has been severely affected by COVID-19. And for the United Nations, the direct economic value of the creative industries to the world's gross domestic product is around 3%. And of course, in addition to the inestimable cultural and social value, of course, that I'm just talking about the economic value, it's around 3%. And as for us, we know the cultural and creative industries are key drivers for the creative economy and represent important sources of employment, economic growth, as I mentioned, innovation, but also the importance of the cities and its competitiveness and sustainability. On the other hand, also the culture and creativity are very high potential sectors to bring the social and if you look to all the cities, even in the urbanistic effects of the cities, how we build our cities, how we develop our cities, but also how we develop our communities, making them attractive to both the residents, but also to the economic activities that we want to attract. So the City of Porto wants to continuously support the growth of this strong creative ecosystem by combining the technology and arts, creativity, experimentation, innovation, and the differentiation that at the service of that can help the businesses, the companies, the entrepreneurs, and the whole the community. So we are very glad to be here and to also contribute a bit for this. To foster these areas, but also, like the professor mentioned, a part of the discussion and supporting the ecosystem to continuously develop, to continue to grow, as something that we really value at the city level. So thank you for all being here. I wish you a very productive conference today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Felipe, for taking your time and being with us, and for telling us a little bit about Porto. Indeed, today we are here not only to celebrate the final result of the RegionArts project, but also to remind us of the importance of the collaboration between arts and culture with the ICT and private company, tech company, startup, but also industry. And I think this is very important, and the Creative Europe program today is also helping us in doing that. I'm now calling the project officer of the RegionArts project, Vincenzo Capocasale, from the Interreg Europe program. He will give us a short update on what Interreg Europe is doing and was doing, and what are the forecasts for the next month. Vincenzo, the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks a lot. Good morning, everyone. I must confess I'm a bit excited because after 2 years of pandemic, events and activities are finally being resumed online, being resumed in person or hybrid. So it's a great pleasure for me today to attend this final conference of RegionArts and meet you all full sides, not just in camera. So in person. I'm Vincenzo Capocasale. I'm a finance officer at the Joint Secretariat of Interreg Europe in Lille, and I've been the lucky officer to monitor this groundbreaking project in the last months. So I'll try to keep it short because the purpose of my presentation today is just to set the scene for the upcoming speakers, who will surely be much more interesting and better than me, providing you some insights on the results achieved by the project during this year's of cooperation. So I will do this by firstly providing you with an overview on the results and achievements at program level of the old program that is currently coming to an end. Then in the second part, I will very briefly put the spotlight on RegionArts, trying to show you the project within the larger framework of the program. And I promise that this part of the presentation is supposed to be certified to be spoiler-free, so there shouldn't be anything like to be, revealed before the following presentation. And then I will wrap up by providing you some key features on the future program, better to say the new program, with some statistics on the first call for proposal, and also some information on the upcoming second call. So let's get this started. With the old program, we have financed, and in some cases we are still funding 258 projects that were selected through 4 different calls involving more than 2,000 partners. And within those 2,000 partners, there is a large representation of managing authorities. And through this large involvement of partners, we were also able to achieve a large geographical coverage, because 90% of NUTS2 regions were actually represented in an Interreg Europe project. And I will say that RegionArts stands out as a good example also from that point of view, because it's a project with a very nice partnership. 8 partners coming from 7 different countries all over Europe, and also with a quite diverse, not only from the geographical point of view, but quite a diverse partnership of also in terms of the type of organizations that are involved in this project. So congratulations also for bringing together all those partners at the application stage and coordinating the project so long. Such a large geographical coverage allowed the program to already reach some of the targets that were defined in the cooperation program, which means that more than 1,000 action plans were already approved and validated by my colleagues, the policy officers at the Joint Secretariat, and almost 18,000 people have been reported to have increased their professional capacity thanks to their involvement in the project activities. But if we take also another indicator, which is important because it's one of the main sources of inspiration of interregional learning and exchange of experience, the good practices, also their numbers are quite striking, because overall more than 5,000 good practices were identified within the context of the projects, and 3,000 of those good practices were then selected to be part of this good practices database that you might be familiar with. It's basically a database that is collecting all good practices that are important at European level in order to help policymakers all across Europe to address the challenges that they face in their regions in terms of regional development issues. Thanks to interregional learning, actually, our projects, they were able already to improve several policy instruments. So already more than 900 policy changes were already reported by our projects. And to give you a more tangible unit of what this means, in order to implement those changes and actually implement the policy instruments that were improved through the lessons learned from the other partners, the partners involved in Interreg Euro projects, they had to mobilize further funds. And here you can see that basically every euro invested in an Interreg Euro project was having a leverage effect of almost 5 points, so mobilizing almost 5 times that amount in terms of further funds mobilized in order to implement the lessons learned. And here we come with RegionArts. So how does RegionArts fit into this? Well, first of all, RegionArts is part of a group of projects that were financed under the priority SMEs competitiveness. So it's a large group of projects, 66. And within this large group of projects, then there is a smaller family, let's say, of 10 projects that were focusing on cultural and creative industries. But I will say that RegionArts also stands out from this point of view because it's the only project that is focusing on this very specific and I would say niche but very important topic, that is the integration of arts in ICT and how to create innovation out of that. And just very in short, 24 good practices were identified. 15 of those were selected then for the good practices database at European level. And there was a clear focus on structural funds, policy instruments, and 3 policy instruments were already improved by the project and by the partners involved. So as I promised, really short and no spoiler, hopefully. But after looking at the good results already achieved by giving you some teaser, let's say, about the good results achieved by RegionArts, I hope that you are also inspired enough now that we are approaching the end of the project for further copywriting. So let me close with some key feature of the future program. So inviting you also to take part in the future program. What to say about the future program? Well, some of the features are actually pretty similar to the old one because we wanted to bring evolution but not revolution. So as you can see, actually the budget of the program is slightly increased, approximately similar actually to the old one. It's again a pan-European program involving all the EU member states plus Norway and Switzerland. And this time we have selected though only one cross-cutting priority. But don't get scared because actually this means that the new projects will be able to address any topic within the cohesion policy because we have adopted one cross-cutting priority, this capacity building. We do this once again by creating an environment to share solutions. So we are trying to help policymakers all across Europe to improve their regional development policies by bringing them together so that they can actually learn from one another, exchange solutions, and address the challenges that they are facing in their own region. So I would say that, again, the primary target is policymakers, and we are trying to help them by promoting exchange of experience among them. Here you can see the 6 topics addressed by the program through the one cross-cutting priority. There is still a concentration principle because the monitoring committee, so the member states, decided to actually concentrate a large share of the budget of the program into, let's say, 2 priorities and a half. Meaning that 80% of the budget will actually be concentrated in smart and green topic and partially also on social. For further details on which specific objectives under social Europe, you can actually see on the program manual or we can have a chat during coffee breaks. So we do this through 2 main actions, 2 main pillars of the program. The first pillar is the one you are well aware of and familiar with, is the interregional cooperation projects, where regions are coming together, partners from all over Europe and policymakers are coming together, they exchange and they try to improve their regional development policies. But since we are a capitalization program, we wanted to make those results achieved within the projects available for a much larger audience in order to further multiply benefits. And I will say that this is the main rationale behind the policy learning platform. That is the second action of the of the program. In a nutshell, the policy learning platform, we like to think of it as a continuous, as a space for continuous policy learning, meaning that the projects are a bit time-boxed, and they are also limited to some regions. While the policy learning platform is accessible basically for any policymaker that is facing a regional development issue in their regions, and they want to find a solution from another region in Europe. And basically the Knowledge Hub, the people of the community of the policy learning platform, as much as the expert support, they are always accessible at any point in time. So this is in short, but we can also have a chat later on, like about what concretely are the services that are included in each one of those, let's say, 3 main areas of activities of the policy learning platform. And so as I promised, also some stats about the first call, which went quite well. We received 154 applications. We are now in the process of doing the eligibility check, the assessment of the project. As you can see, there is already a concentration in the application submitted in the 2 priorities, Smart and Green Europe, and also Social Europe, that you can see there in green, light green, and red. And now here, the slide that probably everybody was waiting for, or maybe not, but the second call for proposals, so it doesn't work. No, I'm joking, it works. Here it is. So the second call for proposal will actually be running from 15th of March until 9th of June 2023. You can take, of course, pictures, but no worries, we are also going to share the presentation, I guess. They're going to be available, or anyway we can make them available. And before that, actually, we will run some online networking events. So in case you are inspired to further cooperate and you also want to find new partners because you want to cooperate on some new issues that you realize that it's important for the region, then we invite you to attend one of those events. So unfortunately, you will see my face again pretty soon on 15th of November, which is the one that I will attend. And then there will be also the call launch event in Stockholm next year on the 15th of March 2023. So I think registration probably for our event Europe Let's Cooperate is not yet open, but we will keep you posted on the website, so keep an eye on it. Just before closing, also another piece of information that I wanted to share with you is that even though the call is not yet launched, there is a lot of tools that you can already access, that you can already use to for assistance in the development of your project. So you can actually check the relevance of your project through a self-assessment tool. You can get inspiration from the project that were already funded in the previous program, and you can share your project ideas, and by that also attracting new potential partners, or you can actually find new partners through our community or through our events. The only 2 parts, of course, in this process of applying for funding and in the project development are only the ask for feedback, so asking the officers for feedback on your project idea, and then of course the proper submission of the application. And so yeah, an invitation here to join our online community and sign up for our newsletter if you want to keep us, if you want to keep yourself posted on our activities. And that will be pretty much it. If there is any question, otherwise I will be glad to take them later on. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Vincenzo, for this presentation. Stay with us because I want to ask if there are some questions. The final slide were very interesting for the upcoming news, for the upcoming project. Is there any question from the public? So I have a question concerning the project that were submitted this year in the first call. What do you expect as the timing for the result and for the startup of the project?
Okay, so the approval of the recommended project should happen at some point early next year, because we are counting actually on sending all the recommendation of all the projects recommended to our monitoring committee in December, which means that we would expect
so for January, January
yes.
There will be the approved project, and the same will be then for the call for the next call. So the next call will close in June,
exactly.
And then this is more or less.
Approximately it's going to be the same timing, because as you have seen, it's approximately also the same time of running the call than the first one. So okay. Yeah, we would expect more or less the same time.
Okay, so we have here today several regional authorities. What would be your suggestion, your advice to the regional authorities that would like to apply for the next call?
Well, I will say that...
This was not prepared.
No, no. Thanks a lot. I will say that probably like one important aspect that we will suggest you to focus on is the innovative character of the project, because now after running the previous program for 7 years, there have been like, as I said, like 258 projects already funded in the previous program. So we really want to see that the new project is not, a 2.0 version of a previous project already presented. This is really important because even if the project is great and sounds great on paper, then it's not going to bring any added value if it's just an improved version of a previous project. So we would suggest you maybe like to reshuffle a bit the partnership, choose a different topic. If you identified something that was relevant to work on, but you couldn't do this during a previous project, then you might actually shift topic and find new partners that are more relevant for this specific topic. So this will be my piece of advice. Then, of course, there is also some news in the new program. There is the possibility also to apply for a pilot action at the application stage. If you see like some margin, like let's say some room for having some more implementation-oriented exchange of experience on a specific pilot project that then later on you want to scale up, this could be also an opportunity. But I would suggest you also to only apply for this at the application stage if you have already a clear idea of what the pilot action could look like, because otherwise it might be problematic then to include it in your application form. And anyway, you have the opportunity to submit a pilot action request later on at the midterm review of the project before the end of the core phase. So you will always have a second shot to refine a bit your pilot action in case you don't submit it at the application stage. Those are, I think, the main piece of advice that I have.
So thank you very much, Vincenzo. There is a question. There is a question. We are warming up. Sorry. Sveva, yes. We have a microphone, and maybe can I ask you to stand up, say your name, your organization, so we are also getting us...
It's a complicated question.
Yes.
So, good morning, everybody. I'm Sveva Ruggero from Emilia-Romagna region. Let's assume we would like to keep working on creativity and economic development. Which one of priorities would you recommend to address? It's like smart innovation or...
On this point, I am afraid that my colleague Ilaria, who is the policy officer, because I am the finance officer monitoring the project, will be much better than me in answering this question. But I will suggest that probably, but please like double check also this information on the program manual. Do not hesitate.
We will not blame you if it's wrong. Give us your advice.
I will really invite you to. I would really invite you to double check this with an email with Ilaria. But I would say that probably Smart Europe could be one. But depending, of course, on the, let's say, on the perspective and the angle that the project is adopting to address that specific topic. Because actually you will see that some specific objectives are even partially overlapping. Because, for example, there is a specific objective about smart mobility, both under the policy objective 3 and also under the policy objective 2. So the thing is that, like, depending on the angle you want to give to your project and to the interregional learning, then you might pick one instead of the other.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other question? No. So I have another surprise. As our speakers are behaving well and we are all behaving well, we deserve a coffee break now. So we are breaking now for a short coffee break, and then we'll start in 10 minutes time. So at 11 o'clock, I would say, with our keynote speaker, Neil. So thank you very much and enjoy the coffee break. Welcome back after the coffee break. I kindly ask you all to take again your seat, and we are starting. So we are now restarting with the keynote speech from Neil Samar. He's the coordinator of the Art Thinking Collective based in Paris. So he's coming from France. The Art Thinking Collective work especially on this topic of using art to support and catalyze innovation. Neil, please join me on the stage, and the floor is yours.
So hi everyone, super glad to be here with you. So I want to talk to you about art thinking, but before that I have just a quick and easy question for you. Easy, I hope. So please be honest, raise your hand if you know this painting, if you have seen it or if you know the artist. Okay, so almost 100%, not 100%, but almost. Okay, now a bit more difficult, exact same question, but with this painting. Can someone name the artist? So, what was the first one, the name of the artist? Okay, yeah, Van Gogh. And this one is a painting by Ernest Meissonier called La Campagne de France. So why do I show you that? It's very interesting because almost nobody knows Ernest Meissonier. But Ernest Meissonier, in his time, was the most famous painter alive. He was the favorite painter of Napoleon III, who was ruling France at the time. And he was the head of the Academy of Fine Arts. So it was literally him who decided what deserved to be considered as art, as good, valuable art. And he collected all the records about the biggest sales of artworks. And in 1889, he was named commander of the French Legion of Honor. That's the highest distinction you can have as a French citizen. For instance, if you, let's say, you see a building on fire and you go in the building, you risk your life and you save children and you go back, you will be Knight of the Legion of Honor. That's 2 ranks below Meissonier. So you would have to do that 3 times if you want to reach his level. So that's how highly regarded he was in 1889. And dates here are interesting because a few months later, Vincent van Gogh died, killed himself, completely unknown to the general public. In his entire life, he had sold only 1 piece of art to a friend of his family. And yet, for some reason, over a century later, nobody remembers Meissonier, and we all remember Vincent van Gogh. Why is that? Well, the answer can be summed up in maybe 1 word, innovation. But I'd like to propose another word, and that's improbable. Because what Ernest Meissonier did is, really, that's a great painting, but that's probable. You could have imagined this painting 50 years earlier. It wouldn't have been surprising. Yes, you couldn't have made it, but it's not a surprise. It's really probable, predictable. What Van Gogh did was completely improbable. It was impossible to imagine what Van Gogh did before he did it. And there's value in creating the improbable. And to understand that, I want to take a little detour by jumping a century later and talk about the Club of Rome. You know the Club of Rome? It's a group of experts, scientists, engineers, businessmen, UN administrators, elected officials and politicians. And they decided to work on very important global issues. And in 1972, they published their first report, known now as the Meadows Report. But the official name is The Limit to Growth. And basically, in this report, they created a lot of scenarios to try to predict the future of our economy, our planet, our ecosystems. And one of these scenarios was really catastrophic. It ended in complete disaster, complete collapse. And this scenario was called business as usual. It's the scenario that would happen if we do nothing, if we just keep producing the probable, more of the same. And the bad news that I have for you, but you're already aware of it, is that in the 2010, a scientist, so 40 years later, a scientist decided to look at the prediction of the Club of Rome, and he realized that actually we are following exactly the trend of this business as usual scenario. So that means two things, right? That means that we're heading into a war. What we are doing now is not working, it's catastrophic. It also means that what we are doing now is probable. It's so probable that, in fact, it was predictable 40, 50 years ago. So that's confirmed by the IPCC. Every report they publish show that we need to find a way to change the way we do. So what I get from that is that the probable is not sustainable. The probable is unacceptable for our planet. We cannot keep optimizing the same old recipes. We need to become experts in creating and managing the improbable. But it's a bit more difficult than that. Because, sorry for all these graphs, by the way, but what I get from this is that basically there's a direct correlation between GDP per capita and CO2 emission. And there's a direct correlation between GDP and human development. Which means it's not as easy as say, okay, let's not pollute. Because our very definition of what is prosperity, of what is human development, requires CO2 emission. So it's not as simple as saying, okay, let's create new stuff. We actually need to be able to deeply change the way we see really core values of our society. We need to be able to question our very definition of growth. How should we define it? How should we measure it? Do we even need it? We need to reevaluate our very own definition of prosperity. That's this kind of improbable that we need to produce. So what we cannot do is this. That's called single loop learning. Single loop learning is the way most of us learn most of the time. It's basically you do something and then you look at the results and then you change what you do to get a better result. That is what Meissonier did, basically. He wanted to do great paintings according to the criteria of his time. So he created a painting, he looked at the reaction of the salon, the experts, the art collectors, and then based on this reaction, he adapted his style until it was perfect to these standards. But I want to show you this video by Claude Catelin. I think it's a great metaphor of the situation we're here. So this piece is called Pushing Back the Sea. What would it mean to try to solve this situation in single loop? Yes, let's innovate. Let's build, let's create a better broom to be more efficient at pushing back the sea. Let's build a wall even. But maybe what we need to do is this, double loop learning. Maybe what we need to do is not target our actions, but target our deep core values. Why do we do what we do? That's really the key. We need to target our very definition of growth, our very definition of development, our very definition of prosperity. And here I'm talking about climate change, but you can take any topics. We can talk about gender equality. We need, if we want the situation to change, to be able to do this double loop learning, to target our very core values. And if you want to create the improbable like Van Gogh, it's not just about creating something new. It's about targeting, changing the very definition of what a painting is supposed to be. You're changing the criteria that dictates if a painting is successful or not. Because for most art history actually, but in the 19th century specifically, we had what we call genre hierarchy, which means not every topic you could paint were as valuable. if you wanted to be considered a good painter, you had to glorify powerful people, dictators most of the time, and you had to worship a god in your painting. If you didn't do that, you weren't a good painter. So the Impressionists and Post-Impressionists like Van Gogh, they didn't just change their action to create a better painting. They completely redefined the hierarchy of painting. They said that, no, you can paint the landscape that you see every morning and still make a valuable painting. You can paint based on your emotion, your feelings, not the value of some king, and still create valuable painting. So that's the kind of learning, that's the kind of improbable that we need to produce. And there's a skill that is very important if we want to do that. I don't know if it's considered learning or the opposite of learning, but that's unlearning. If you want to go from Meissonier to Van Gogh, you need to unlearn a lot of things. You know, we've seen it with the, I don't know, like the Me Too movement. A lot of people, a lot of men, had to unlearn what is appropriate to do. That's not really learning. That's getting rid of all stuff that is not relevant anymore. And to illustrate unlearning, I really like to show this. Hope you like. So let's imagine, I don't know, you run a museum or an art gallery, and an artist says, hey, let's exhibit this. Yeah, maybe you won't be too happy about that, because, yeah, you don't want to look like a clown or something. But you might know the artist who created this, because his name Pablo Picasso. And no, he wasn't a child. He was actually 50 on the left and 81 on the right. But that's what Picasso did when he was a child. 12-year-old, 14, 16-year-old. That's unlearning right here. If you want to go from the painting on the left to the thing on the right, that's not really learning, right? You just have to unlearn. You just have to get rid of all the criteria of success, of evaluation, that your masters taught you. Okay, Picasso's master was actually his father. If his father was to give a grade to the piece on the right, based on the criteria to evaluate the piece on the left, that's an F, right? That's a terrible grade. But why is that important? Why is that relevant? Because without this ability to unlearn, he would have never made this. Without the ability to redefine what painting should be about, what it means to create a valuable painting, he would have just kept doing what Meissonier did, optimizing the same old recipe. And today, it would be just like Meissonier. None of us would know about him. So what that tells me is that, yeah, incremental innovation can be important, but that's a short-term strategy. You just improve what you have. You do like a flatter TVs with a better image, maybe, okay, why not? But that's a very short-term strategy. That's a strategy to create profit right now. And it works for Meissonier. Maybe he's more happy about his life than Van Gogh. But in the long term, if we want to actually improve things around us, we need this double loop learning, and we need to be able to unlearn. So that's why was created art thinking. So art thinking is a method to create the improbable with certainty. This method was created by two people. It was created by Sylvain Bureau. He's a researcher, and he's the head of the chair of entrepreneurship in ESCP Business School in Paris. And it was created by Pierre Tectin. He's a contemporary artist. So the basis of this method is how can we create the improbable. But not just any innovation that will target our core values. So art thinking is based on 6 practices that you can see here. And all of these practices are common between artists and entrepreneurs. So I won't go into great detail of these 6 practices, but basically, donate is how you can use gift giving. You know, we're not just homo economicus, we're also homo donators. So how you can use gift giving to create a community around you. Deviate is basically how you can reuse what is already there to create something new. Destroy is the part about subversion. is what can you destroy with your pieces of art, with your creation. Subversion, basically, the way we define it, is when you force other people to unlearn. If I take, again, the example of the Me Too movement, that's not like voluntary unlearning for some people. That's subversion. You are pushing people, whether they want it or not, to evolve, to unlearn what they considered acceptable. So that's the destroy part. Drift, it's serendipity. It's how can you create your way when you don't have a clear objective? How can you work with an emergent objective? Because sometimes the most difficult part, it's not finding a solution to your problem, it's finding the right problem to solve. And if you want to find the right problem to solve, you need to drift a lot. Then dialogue, it's about, we say dialogue, but it's mostly about conflict and constructive conflicts. How the opposition of idea can be really fruitful in the creation of a company, of a product, and a piece of art. And display, that's the last part, when you show your work and you receive feedbacks and you can evolve from that. So that's the art thinking method. And this method is taught during a seminar that we called Improbable. Now you know why. So during an Improbable seminar, that's a 3-day seminar, the participants do 2 things. The first thing they do is that they learn the art thinking method through conferences and workshops. But the second thing they do, and that's the most important part, they create their own piece of art. So participants who are executives, who are managers, who are entrepreneurs, in just 3 days, when they have never created a piece of art in their lives, they create their own piece of art. And the artwork has to follow these 4 criteria. It has to be improbable. So, for instance, we cannot find it on Google. It has to be subversive. So you need to unlearn and you need to target some core values to challenge the status quo. It needs to be efficient because you have just 3 days. So you need to be able to have a very high impact with very limited resources, which is really key, whether you're an artist or an entrepreneur. And the last point, maybe one of the most important, the artwork has to be embodied. And that's the key, embodiment. That's a self-portrait by Van Gogh, but I could show you a landscape, that's the same thing. No matter what Van Gogh paints, he's talking about himself. And that's something really key. I'm an affiliate professor at ESCP Business School. I teach in mostly entrepreneurship programs. And most of these young entrepreneurs, in the entirety of their life, no one asked them, okay, you're going to create something, you're going to change the world. How do you want the world to be? What do you want? Because for them, it's just about finding the right opportunity, the right product market fit, So for us, embodiment is really the key. Because we consider art thinking as a non-client-centric agile method. I'm not here to say that the other agile methods are trash or whatever. No, I'm here to say that what we do maybe comes before or is complementary with this other agile method. When you do design thinking, you're really focused on the user. When you do business modeling, like business model canvas, for instance, it's really market-centric. It's about this product market fit. Art thinking, it's all about the creator. What do I want to change in the world? And for us, at ESCP, it works like that. First, you find your problem. You find what you want to solve. You find your purpose. Then maybe once you have your problem with art thinking, you can try to solve it with design thinking. And in the end, if you have a prototype, then you can do business modeling and create a project if it's possible. So that's the way we see art thinking. So we have done this seminar. So it's art thinking seminar was created 14 years ago by Sylvain and Pierre, and we have done this seminar all over the world in a lot of different setups. So I've put a few examples, but basically we do these seminars in companies. So in companies, it can be for entrepreneurs, so the employees who are creating innovations. It can be for executives, or it can be for instance, managers, but lower level than executives. So we do that in companies. We also do that in a lot of schools and universities around the world. Improbable Seminar is taught in Stanford University, in ESCP Business School. This one is one of my favorite. That's École de Guerre. So that's where French soldiers are trained to become officers. And we also partner with two museums, the Centre Pompidou, which is the French National Museum of Modern Art, and the Louvre Museum. So we have next week a seminar in the Louvre, and the week after that in the Centre Pompidou. And basically, what we bring to these companies is how to create the improbable, how to innovate. So that's mostly for entrepreneurs. For executives, it's also about how can we manage innovation? How can we manage these explorations that we have to do? We also bring to this company the opportunity to challenge their own values and processes. That's really key. I will give you a few examples of that later. And how to find your purpose. I don't know if you've seen the Simon Sinek TED Talk about find your why, but that's really the key. That's where we should start. And so I wanted to show you a few examples of pieces of art. So what I'm showing you now was created by people who are not artists at all during improbable seminars. So this was created by option entrepreneurship students in ESCP, and it was in 2013. So 2013 in France was the very beginning of all these new platforms like Uber and stuff like that, where everyone is giving a grade to everyone. Like when you take the Uber car, you're giving a grade to your driver, and he is giving a grade back to you as a passenger. And they wanted to imagine like kind of a dystopian future where all of these grades are averaged into one single grade that end up in your tombstone. And that's interesting here because it's 2013. And that was the very, very early beginning of the Chinese social credit system, which is kind of similar to that. Maybe the American credit score, also kind of similar to that. And also a few years later, the TV show Black Mirror created an episode with something very similar than that. So when you have the right method, even though you're not an artist and you've never been in your life, you can be as creative as the writers of Black Mirror. That's another piece of art. This piece of art was created by executives at EDF, so French energy company, and they are the one who are operating the nuclear power plants. So what you can see on this toilet paper is the IPCC report. And the piece of art is called Its Last Chance, because maybe if you are close, alone in this room, you will take time to read it. Or you will do like everyone else, and you will just wipe your ass with it. And why did they create that? They created that because in France, 60% of people think that nuclear energy is the worst in terms of CO2 emissions. 60%. So for them, it's terrible, because they are, climate activists in their mind. They want to change the situation, and people look at them as if they're part of the problem. So it was really important for them to do that. And that's really funny because a few months before they did, no one talked about the IPCC report because Lionel Messi just signed in PSG in Paris. And 2 weeks after they did that, a new IPCC report came out, and no one talked about it because, at the Oscars, Will Smith slapped Chris Rock, which is way more important than the future of our planet, obviously. So Its Last Chance. And they created the piece, but they also printed real toilet paper, and they displayed it everywhere. Every time they go in a bar, in a museum, in something, they replace the toilet paper by this, so that everyone knows. Trying to go viral with this. This is a piece of art, so it's a bit nerdy, and you won't be able to read it. But I really like it because this piece, it was actually created during an improbable seminar for PhD candidates. So current researchers and future researchers. And you might recognize a research paper. And basically what they want to criticize is the way we read papers in research. Most of the time we don't really read them. You just find the right buzzwords to evaluate them, and then you say, oh, okay, good enough, let me quote it. So they deviated what's called eraser poetry. I don't know if I can zoom in or not. But for instance, here is a management science. And apparently in management science, you have to use the Joya method, no matter what you do. So it reads, good research depends on Joya. And that's everything people will read about your paper. If it's not Joya, then it has no value. And then you're naive, your analysis show your ignorance. So here you can see that's not really powerful for us, but for them it was really a way to challenge their values, to challenge their very own institution, their very own practice, and the way we do and communicate science. And the last piece, it was also made at EDF, so that was during the first or second lockdown in France, I don't remember. And basically, in this unit, the managers didn't really evolve with their time, with this new context. And the manager tried to find a way to control their employees, even though they were working at home. But the means they used to control, to manage them, were really, really intrusive. So they decided to show them that they were intrusive. So they created this weird performance review, where you see this annual performance review requires a blood sample, a hair sample, a feces sample, and urine sample. And they actually displayed this piece of art in their office, showed it to the manager. And something great happened is that they received a call from the head of HR at EDF. You know, the guy is in the board, one of the 3 most important people in this 200,000+ employee company. And they had a talk, and they completely changed the management in this unit. And they are now, I don't know the English name for it actually, sorry, it's Opal in French. It's kind of a new organization of the company without formal management. And where, for instance, the bonuses, it's not one guy who decides who gets them or one criteria. It's every employee who is voting to decide who gets what and what are the criteria. So they were able to completely change the organization of their unit with a piece of art. So to finish, I want to share this quote by Robert Filiou, a French artist from the movement Fluxus in the 60s. Art is what makes life more interesting than art. Art thinking is not about art for the pleasure of art. Of course, if we do that, it's probably because we're passionate about art. But we do that because we believe that art can help us improve life. So thank you very much for your attention, and I will be glad to answer your questions if you have any.
I think we need an art thinking in each our life. But I think your presentation was very interesting, very challenging. We have the chance to ask some questions to Neil, if there are any questions, or if you are all speechless, you can maybe ask later. I see many questions, okay. So, please stand up.
Oh, okay.
If you don't mind, say your name and your organization.
Sorry. Hi, my name is Lisa. I'm attending a master's degree at Universidade Católica Portuguesa for management in the creative industries. So it was really interesting how you approached the Van Gogh, and also then you came to talk about Picasso. And recently I was in Madrid and I saw the Guernica in person. And one thing that caught my attention is that you said that people will often not think of like innovation as like as Picasso did, but he also worked a lot into getting to that perfection of that innovative perspective. So I'd like to, if you can talk a little bit more of like the ways in which people can also work in their perfection of innovation. Because I saw like there's so many studies that Picasso did on the Guernica, so I'd like to understand it better. So if you can.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So that's a very, very interesting question. To answer it quickly, during these improbable seminars, we work on what we called ambidextry, or ambidextrous organization. So it's the ability to switch from basically exploitation to exploration. And no matter who you are, you cannot just explore. You cannot just try to invent new things and continue exploring all the time. At some points, when you found something, you need to exploit. So you need to switch to this single loop learning and to try to improve it over and over again. For Picasso's career, for instance, it's really visible when he invented Cubism. With Braque, they started exploring, trying a lot of stuff, very different stuff. And then once they knew what they were doing, they went full optimization mode, and they tried to get the best of the idea they had. But this organizational ambidextry, exploring and exploiting, it's kind of outdated now. Every company, they have like their R&D, and they have people exploiting and stuff like that. Now, everyone should be able to switch between exploration and exploitation. And that's really key because from what I could observe in a lot of companies, or even when I've worked in innovation with cities, the problem with exploring is that people try to manage it the same way they manage exploitation. So they want deadlines, precise results, expected return, and stuff like that, and it kills everything. So during these seminars, we work on this stance, knowing when do I switch to exploration mode and when do I have to exploit to end up with a finished product at some point. Hope that's an answer.
Hi there. Thanks very much for your presentation. It was really insightful. My question is kind of short, I hope. You're working mainly, I'm assuming, with adults, right, in these seminars?
Personally, I work a lot with children, but these seminars mostly with adults, yes.
Okay, my question would be, because we're teaching our children to think in a completely different way that you want us to think, and I agree with you. But what's the methodology for that you have? Do you have a methodology for working with children in tender years, like in primary school? Is there a way to make them think differently, like with your improbable seminars?
So actually, I've never did an improbable seminar with children, but I've worked a lot with children and in art in general, and I think yes, the methodology works. So it will be a bit long right now for me to explain it. But basically, for us, it starts with what do you want to change? The destroy part, the subversion, is basically what needs to change in your environment. And I know they're not children, but the students who are working with, sometimes really young, like 21, 22, they are not used to having a voice that matters. And I feel like it's the same for children. They're not used to being listened. To say, okay, you care about this, then create something with this. And for me, that's always the starting point. My biggest pride, maybe in these improbable seminars, is that I have helped people create a lot of very interesting pieces of art that defend ideas that I hate. And for me, that's the key. Because what's important is that they are proud of what they did and they care about it, not me. And during these seminars, it's really interesting because the first day, or maybe even the beginning of the second day, when we go to see the participants to give them feedbacks, they look at us as if we are their saviors, because they are a bit lost, they never created before. And on the final day, when we go see them for feedbacks, we can clearly see that we are bothering them. Because now they know what they want to do, they know where they want to go, and they don't need your opinion. So for me, when I work with children, that's what I try to do. And there's actually a very inspiring project that was done by the Louvre Museum. And what they did is they realized during the visits that they organized for children that children ask a lot of questions and a lot of stupid questions that are actually super deep and super interesting if you try to answer them. So they decided to record those questions and to ask the commissioners of the exhibition to answer this question. And that's super interesting. I think a lot of adults love to watch these videos. And when I worked with the Science Museum, I did the same. Try to answer the simplest questions that children can ask, like why do plants lose their leaves, for instance? Most of us don't know the answer to that. So let's go see an expert and try to answer that question. So for me, the method can work, and it starts with acknowledging what issues they are concerned about at their level.
Yes, yes, yes.
Hello, good morning. I congratulate you on your presentation. My name is Alcina. I am a professor of audit in the School of Management and Economics. So I'd like to ask you something. You said that you had some presentations of these in military school. I think it's in France, okay? You know that the military, they have strict values, strict ideas. How can you teach them how to be improbable and to change things that are not on your mind? How can you do that?
Personally, I wasn't part of these seminars, but I've did it with the farm. So at EDF, it's the people who are doing intervention when there are problems in nuclear power plants. So it's military organization, and they have a lot of values. In the military, even more so. But what we want them to do is question those values. One of the topics they created artworks about was sacrifice. Because when you are military, a soldier, people tell you a lot about sacrifice. Yeah. You need to sacrifice for your country, for the mates around you. But what does it mean? And they created a piece of art. I don't think we're allowed to display it, but it's really, really powerful. And it says basically, okay, we're doing all that for Total Energy, to protect oil. Is that what we are sacrificing for? Like something that is not even relevant to today's world? And so we try to work with them around this idea. And there's another very important concept for us. It's the idea of social construct. For instance, when you arrived today, you might have thought, okay, what should I wear? But you probably didn't consider coming here naked. Yes, for you, that's a law, almost as powerful as the law of gravity. But it's not. The law of gravity, you cannot escape it. A social construct is something that only exists as the product of our interactions. And if it's a social construct, it can be changed. And so we talked a lot about them, precisely about these values, and about what part of them are social constructs. What part of them should we change right now? And so that was a really, really interesting work, that there was a lot of conflicts between soldiers and the higher ranked officers and stuff like that. Yeah. But that was a really, really interesting project.
Thank you so much.
Can you pass it to her?
Hi, I'm Sveva Ruggero from Emilia-Romagna region. Thank you, it was really inspiring. I was wondering if you see any connection between the improbable thinking and the disruptive innovation which is required from the European Union when it comes to present innovative startups and business side proposals. Is disruptive innovation in a way linked to the improbability of thinking?
Honestly, I think I'm not qualified enough to answer this question, but yeah, I think for us, it's about many things. It's about promoting disruptive innovation rather than incremental innovation, trying to really change things in depth. But also, it's about, how can I say that? Not all innovations are good. Some innovations that are really acclamated and celebrated are actually, according to me personally, going in the wrong direction. So when we talk about destroy, it's also this. It's also what innovation should we maybe try to stop or to reframe so that it's not going in the wrong direction. So I don't know specifically about the European disruptive innovation, but I think, yes, there's a lot of similarities.
Okay, it's like, do you know, the most common example is the MT3 that completely destroyed the CD-ROM device. Yeah, yeah. So this was disruptive this is the way. We talk a lot about that, about basically degrading the norm. For instance, we talked a lot about street art, and the criteria of success. If you keep the criteria you use for classical painting to evaluate street art, then it's just a failure. It's degraded quality. But this degraded quality allows us to actually democratize it, because you can put it in the streets and everyone can see it. And it's actually the same with the personal computer or with Netflix. Yes, watching a movie on your cell phone in the metro, that's degraded quality. That's not respectful of the art quality of a movie.
I have friends who work in cinema who hate this. But in the same point, in the same moment, this degraded quality allows a lot more people to have access to cinema. So we work a lot about this idea of redefining the norm and degrading the quality and accepting that it's a new standard because it allows to do other things.
Thank you.
And actually, sorry, something I forgot about the military. Some very important part is that a very important part about art thinking is uncertainty. Because uncertainty has become the new norm in our world. So it's about how can we get comfortable in an uncertain environment. And that was the topic that was really key for the army. You know, be able to evolve in uncertain environments.
I think we take one last question.
Okay. So my name is Inês. I'm a project manager for arts and culture and luxury branding here in Porto. And I guess that we are thinking, when I'm a manager trying to push up a team to be an art thinker, and it's quite difficult, definitely. How do you measure the continuation of this kind of process? Because a seminar of 3 days has an amazing result and everyone is quite immersed in that kind of way of thinking, creating something new, let's explore something, but then when they come back to their reality as managers, executives, how do you keep track of these kind of results and this kind of energy that you tried to, destroy and exploit? And then how can we understand that there is a continuation, there is an improvement, there is something that we can keep track, and there is a result?
So Sylvain will probably hate me for saying that, but my answer is we do it poorly. Honestly, I don't think it's always the same problem when you're innovation. So how do you measure success? And there's also a lot of different kind of seminars. It's not the same if you train executive on how to manage innovation, or if you train entrepreneurs, or if you train PhD candidates. What we do right now, it's mostly qualitative, which means basically we keep in touch with the participants. We do anonymous surveys about, for instance, a year after that, what practices of the art thinking method were you able to implement, and tell us exactly how. And sometimes it's really interesting. For instance, in BPCE, that's a bank, a big bank in France, they created a piece of art. They work with private equity, so super wealthy people, on how to spend their money. And basically, they wanted to completely redefine the way the bank sees those clients. They are not like cash cows that you have to milk, and the way the bank could help them do more sound, sustainable investment. And actually, for them, the team who created this artwork to carry this critique, they said that they were like, they learned how to innovate, and they kept pushing for this, and they were able to change the culture inside their team. But maybe I'm wrong, and maybe there's people in the collective that do stuff that I'm not aware of. I'm sure there is. But for me, what I get is that we do this project by project qualitative stuff. But I'm open to any suggestion to improve this, because we need it, I think.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
So thank you very much,
Thank you
Neil.
very
I
much.
think we give one more applause. So we are now changing a little bit the configuration. So we are now continuing with the roundtable with the partners of RegionArts, and they will tell us about the result that they reach in the implementation of the action plan and during the project life. So I'm calling now Dora, which is head of unit at Innova, and she will be the moderator of the roundtable. And I'm calling also half of the RegionArts partners. So we have two representatives, Tommy and Eli from Lapland, Poppy from the Greek partner Kepa,
Maybe Poppy
and Sveva, which is now famous because she asked already 2 questions, so from Emilia Romagna.
Sveva, because of the order. Okay, sorry. Yeah, you will
sit on the...
I can sit.
A bit of improbable in the configuration,
Yes,
it's always
being
good.
improbable.
Exactly.
Yes.
So Dora,
Hi. Okay,
the
can you
floor
hear me
is
well?
yours.
Good. All right. Thank you. Welcome to Roundtable 1. My name is Dora Fazekas. I represent Innova Plus, an innovation-focused consultancy company that supports the organization of this event. I'm going to moderate this session. And so we're going to have roughly 1 hour in which we can hear about the stories and experiences of our panelists from RegionArts. And then we're going to have also a little bit of time for questions. So if you have questions, so please do reserve these questions for this slot. Okay, so you heard a bit of an overview about RegionArts already at the beginning of this conference. The objective of Roundtable 1, but also 2 in the afternoon, is to give you more insights into what actually was done in this initiative, what experiences and actions were generated, and what the key takeaways, what the key conclusions, messages are that are useful not only for the regions that participated in the initiative, but also other actors, perhaps also and hopefully also for you. So today we have 4 panelists from 3 different regions, 3 different countries that participate in RegionArts. So to my left, very left, is Poppy Economo. I was practicing the names all night, and I hope to be able to pronounce them. She represents KEPA. KEPA is a business and cultural development center in Thessaloniki in central Macedonia region in Greece. So KEPA is an intermediate managing authority of funding programs for small and medium-sized companies in northern Greece. So, and Propi is a project manager at KEPA. And she also is part of the team of the Hellenic Design Center. This is a center that is powered, operated by KEPA itself. So welcome, Poppy.
Thank you.
Next to Poppy is Sveva Ruggiero. She's a project manager at ARTER. ARTER stands for Attractiveness Research Territory. It's a joint stock consortium located and operating in Emilia-Romagna region in Italy, and ARTER aims to foster sustainable growth and development of innovation and knowledge, as well as internationalization of the region. And ARTER also operates a unit on cultural and creative industries, so dedicated only to this aspect, to this sector, and so is also responsible for fostering the sustainable growth of this specific sector. No problem. No problem. All right, so welcome, Sveva.
Thank you.
And we also have 2 panelists from the region of Lapland in Finland. Halli Lehtinen. She is a specialist at Lapland University of Applied Sciences, and she is a manager of the project called Arctic Smart Future Technologies. This is very interesting. This is a project that is a direct result, I would say, of RegionArts. So welcome, Halli. And Tommy Knutila. He's Doctor of Arts and senior lecturer and project manager at the Faculty of Art and Design of the University of Lapland. And he's also a media artist. So welcome to the panelists, and perhaps a big applause. All right. So RegionArts lies in the intersection of technology and art. So this is a concept that is very much aligned with also with the ambition of the European Commission to link these, connect these 2 perhaps very different worlds of technology and art, to be able to push the boundaries, and we heard about that before, the boundaries of innovation, and to be able to also to produce out-of-box innovative solutions and ultimately contribute to SME competitiveness in Europe. And RegionArts aims to create conditions for this. So RegionArts aims to create conditions and policy environment for being able to enhance this connection between, in this case specifically, ICT, the ICT sector, so information and communication technology sector, and the culture and creative industry community. All right, so within this context, I would like to ask Poppy, where does your region, Central Macedonia, stand, and why? What was the motivation for you and for your region to join RegionArts?
The region of Central Macedonia is the second biggest region in Greece after Attica, with significant historical and cultural heritage. Nowadays, there is artistic activity, new artistic activities evolving and new cultural activities emerging. And on the other hand, the ICT sector is a fast-growing one. So we could say that both sectors, cultural creative industries and the ICT sectors, have a great potential, not only by themselves, but when they are linked with each other, and also when they are linked to other sectors as well. Nevertheless, cultural and creative industries, although it is a very dynamic sector in the region, before RegionArts project began, it was not a part of the smart specialization strategy of the region. So within this context, joining the RegionArts project, we would like to contribute in recognizing the cultural and creative sectors at regional level by exploring and documenting its potential and impact, by activating the whole regional ecosystem, and we would also like to generate a bottom-up approach of developing a strategic framework of supporting the industry of CCIs at regional level.
All right, so thank you. Sveva, and how is your region, Emilia-Romagna, when it comes to the connection between creative industry and culture and creative industry and technologies, specifically ICT, and why did you join RegionArts?
So Emilia-Romagna region, probably most of you know, is a quite developed and advanced region when it comes to industrial transition and economic development. We have some excellence like Ferrari, Ducati, or some very recognizable brand who certainly do not need our help to grow and to innovate because they are very powerful in this sense. But on the other hand, our region is populated by a multitude of small and micro enterprises. As the whole Europe, we have 95% of our entrepreneurial framework, which is composed by macro or solo entrepreneurs. And for them, it's very difficult to innovate, to find out resources, human competence to innovate. So we always thought since 2009, when our region became familiar with the concept of cultural and creative industries, that cultural and creative is one of the key drivers for innovation. And we tried to transfer this kind of familiarity, culture of innovation, culture of creativity into the economic framework. That was our main goal when we decided to join the RegionArts project.
All right. Our panelists from Finland, so we saw two different regions and perhaps somehow similar but also different regional context. How is Lapland in this respect?
Well, I think we are still even more different.
Okay.
Of course, like Lapland region is quite huge in area. We are basically half of Finland, and we have about 100,000 people, a little more reindeer, and the industry there has been traditionally, well, there's some, of course, food and agriculture industry plus tourism. But now we are kind of seeing what's happened globally.
Okay. So 3 different regions in 3 different locations, and perhaps different realities as well, some commonalities, as we could hear. Obviously, these require perhaps different interventions to be able to better connect the technologies and arts and push for the development of innovation in this respect. So what were your main interventions, Poppy, in RegionArts?
RegionArts is now in its 5th year, I think. During the first phase, we have been exchanging experiences and case studies with the other project partners. We have been also exploring our own ecosystem. And at the end of the first phase, we finally came up with an action plan. So within the general scope of valuing the dynamic sector of cultural and creative industries in our region, what we did is to gather more evidence of synergies between arts and cultural industries, creative industries with the new technologies. So for this reason, we updated data and collected feedback from 2 different actions that took place. One was the technology vouchers under the Regional Operational Program of Central Macedonia. And there we found out that almost 20% of the beneficiaries were coming from this sector of cultural and creative industries. Whereas when exploring the state aid action of Research, Create and Innovation Program, which is the biggest one at country level, within the sector of tourism and culture and creativity, 25% of the projects were coming from the Central Macedonia. On the other hand, we organized some co-design sessions with the stakeholders in order to co-create activities in supporting the CCI's industry and the ecosystem in general. And all these results we contributed in consultation, in the consultation processes and meetings already been doing at the regional level for the revision of the smart specialization strategy of the region, and also within the entrepreneurial discovery process, which is something that is already going on.
Thank you. My question is, you were mentioning 2 specific actions that already exist, 2 specific programs, a technology voucher and another one. So tell us a little bit more why the results were important. What did the result indicate, the results of your survey to the participants of this program?
Actually, what we wanted to show is to provide the recommendation of valuing more and giving more recognition to this dynamic sector of cultural and creative industries in our region. So having these facts, and we were able to show and illustrate their impact and their potential. This is the reason why we kept sharing all this along with other scattered and different initiatives and projects going on by the other actors within the ecosystem, and all together formed our proposition to the regional authority at the end.
All right. Sveva, can you tell us a little bit more about what kind of approaches you took in the project, what kind of interventions you implemented in the region of Emilia-Romagna?
Yes, as I told you, and as Poppy were recalling, we started RegionArts 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And in that moment, we were really aware of the importance of digitization and innovation into the economic framework. Then COVID arrived, and it became important for everybody. So if there is one positive aspect on the COVID pandemic situation, it was that make us aware that it is important to have the possibility of find out alternative ways of cooperate, communicate, and exchange. And RegionArts was about this. It was to ignite creativity and innovation into our economic and political ecosystem. So our policy, our action plan was dedicated to maintain, in a sense, the purpose of RegionArts. And we dedicated our efforts in setting up a permanent governance structure, which is formed by the regional stakeholders members, so the 20 regional actors that contributed with Arthur in creating the project step by step. And it was enriched and enlarged in order to gather all the regional actors that have an interest in innovate and in bring creativity to the economic framework of our region. Then we took in place, and we are working on that, and creativity and creative hub for our region, in order to support the network of actors in find out synergies and possible way of cooperation in terms of applying for new kind of funds, in terms of developing joint projects together to get the interest of the Emilia-Romagna region. So our aim was to create a seat, or also a virtual seat, where exchange and connect and maintain the spirit of RegionArts. The third strength we are going to pursue is the possibility to contaminate the policy measures with creativity. So we thought a lot on the opportunity to invest in a creativity process, in a policy process, a creativity moment, in order to address the policy measure in an effective and in efficient way, able to meet the challenge, the expectation of creative people. That was basically our work in these 5 years.
All right. I understand that within your region, creativity, we're talking about the regional smart specialization strategy. It has an importance in the policy context, because that's kind of the basis for creating a regional policy. So regional policies are linked to the regional smart specialization strategy. In your case, I understand that in case of Central Macedonia, this was not included in this regional strategy. In your case, that was already part of it. So that you already had seeds of this an emphasis on culture and creative industry in the region. So do you have to strengthen it further? You were mentioning now that you want to strengthen the position of culture and creative industries in the policy program.
Yes, this is absolutely true. We have the chance to have already in our smart specialization some specific focus on creativity. One of the positive tests we did in the last year was to invest creativity in our policy-making process. As, for instance, we created a specific vertical program to support gamers and video game makers in their first steps, in order to get them ready to approach distributor and the market. And this is because our region holds a little cluster, but very active in terms of video games production. And this policy was developed in cooperation with the representative of this cluster, who addressed us in how to build the measure. So which kind of concrete support in terms of economic efforts, or training programs, or coaching programs, or internationalization action we should put into our programs in order to provide an efficient services and a growth process really effective. So this was tested last year, the Bologna Game Farm. It went very well. And now we are in the second year of this acceleration program. It's of course too early to get the results measured, but we have good. We had the first good feedback on participants that have appreciated very much the path we built together with them, by the way.
All right, so we heard about some actions in Central Macedonia. These were most focused on strengthening the position of the culture and creative industry within, especially within the policy environment, but also creative recognition of the importance of this sector. In Emilia-Romagna, you focused a lot on creating frameworks and structures that could, at different levels, enhance the connection between the technological sectors and artistic sector and communities. In case of Finland, what was your focus? What were your main actions within RegionArts?
Not really talking about large industries in Lapland, culture and ICT people, and also bringing in this project the kind of the natural sciences and also other sciences. So, and this is related to big issues like climate change, of course, affecting the Arctic region even more drastic than many regions in Europe. So, trying to work on sustainability issues and things like that, and maybe to this kind of maybe not art thinking workshop, but destructive workshops where we try to make people meet from different kinds of backgrounds and have workshops and try to create a common language to talk about like how to work and in multidisciplinary and cross-disciplinary teams in creating new kinds of new types of knowledge and new types of products and services that will be also like sustainable. And maybe also Lapland has a strong history. We have the Europe's only indigenous culture, like the Sami people. Like one example out of them is like how do they live with reindeer? I mentioned that earlier, and it's not a joke, because in Sami culture the reindeer is really basis of their traditional culture, maybe not so much anymore, but it's there. And out of the reindeer, you basically used everything. It's not only, you just don't eat the meat, but you use the bones, you use the skin, you use the horns, and you use all the intestines to make traditional clothing. So it's a source of basically everything, and you kind of sustainably use that. So the second action is kind of related to these kind of ideas coming from various cultures, and we go through them in kind of artistic, scientist, entrepreneur groups together, trying to work new kinds of perspectives on life. And that action is still, we have sent the proposal, but we're waiting if this gets accepted. So we're a bit delayed partly due to COVID and partly due to Lapland changing their new kind of funding period, funding call. So, but we're hoping that action will be starting at some point.
So I read that I think it's the second project. I'm not sure about the numbering, but one of the key issues was that the communication between these two different worlds was a little bit more difficult. And so I read that you gathered the different participants from different backgrounds in different sessions, and you use specific methodologies for them to start talking to each other, right? Can you speak a little bit about that?
Yeah, well, this is still in work in progress, but basically we aim to create some kind of like idea card tool set for this kind of, because you have like, it's a design process that you use like ideation cards for many kinds of purposes, but I haven't seen a card tool set that would be targeted at maybe biologists and designers or artists or industry people. So somehow like if we have a huge topic, like how do you see the topic from various perspectives, and maybe you do a little bit role playing that the biologist is the artist and the artist is the natural scientist, and mix those roles a little bit. So of course this is something that has been happening in the art world since, I don't know, since the last 20 years. Has been really like a big thing happening, these art science collaborations, but somehow it hasn't really transferred into something that could be potentially make changes happening in our maybe cultural and economic life. So I don't have the answers yet. We are not started. So, but this is something that at least let's try to get people together first. And because when we talk about, let's say we talk about reindeer, like an artist is differently than a biologist or a geographer or somebody else who's having a tourist business going on. So they all have different things they think about what a reindeer is and what does it mean, for example, just to kind of use the same example.
All right, so let's get now, we've got now an overview of the regions and what the regions did in RegionArts. So let's talk a little bit about the achievements that you could make. Obviously, the Interact projects are focused on enabling some kind of a change, especially when especially policy change. In your case, Poppy, what was the change that you enabled? What was the key achievement in your region within the project?
As Vincenzo mentioned earlier, to achieve a policy change within an Interreg Euro project is always very challenging. We managed to do so. Our policy instrument has been the Regional Operational Program of Central Macedonia 2014-2020, and we managed to include the sector of cultural and creative industries as an eligible one for getting the technology voucher program, as it was not initially included. And this was quite important because, as I said earlier, almost 20% of the beneficiaries were actually coming from this sector. And the other achievement that we could say achieved during the second phase of the project, but I think the RegionArts project and KEPA, we have contributed in finally including the cultural and creative industries sector as a priority sector in the revised pan-specialization strategy of the region. And to us, this is a major achievement. We strongly believe that our project really contributed to that. So these two are our main key achievements.
And these achievements are already in place, or so they are available, these instruments, they are already available or will be launched in the near future?
Yes, the first policy instrument is already completed. within the last programming period, but the new smart specialization strategy, which is already revised, is being taken account when we are planning at regional level the next programming period. So in this respect, this sector of the creativity sector is a priority. So within the new programming period, the region wishes to support not only the sector and the industry, but also to link it and get the best out of it when and its contribution to other priority sectors as well. This is something very much evolving at the regional level. Many initiatives are being tried in this respect to, for example, link creativity with the agri-food sector, which is another priority sector, or with tourism, or with other sectors. This is quite important. So there is a continuation and the durability of the results from RegionArts project and everything that has been done during it.
All right, so we can expect more opportunities for the culture and creative sector in your region, and especially also working with other sectors, which is perfect. And this is what we wanted to achieve really through RegionArts. As for Emilia-Romagna, you already mentioned some achievements. I think you also wanted to talk a little bit about your achievement, which was kind of a follow-up of the project of a KIC community on culture and creativity.
Yeah. First of all, yes, we had already the creativity sector within our specialization, so we took the chance of RegionArts to go a step further, and first of all, to avoid to think to the creative sector as a silo, so as a vertical sector, rather to think how to create opportunities of cross-cutting and build together between creative people and, let's say, traditional sector. So this was the first achievement in our ERDF funds. Like the Axis one was built in this strategy. But we had the opportunity to transmit our enthusiasm to the regional policymakers, and we started to work for the new knowledge innovation community dedicated to culture and creative that was being awarded like a few months ago, and we have been part of the consortium that won the application. So we are now starting to set up the KIC. Bologna will be one of the 6 collocation centers, Bologna and the Emilia-Romagna, of course. So that means that we will be the operative branches of the central KIC in the south part of Europe. And we are looking very forward to set up this collocation center, which will have an European standing. So the role of art of the Emilia-Romagna is to try to prepare our territory to the opportunity that we will land in our regional territory. We'll compete as everybody else for the call that will be launched by the KIC, but we are very confident that all the training and all the work done so far within also RegionArts will be useful to make the most from this cause.
So the KIC community is a European community.
Yes, it is.
And the objective is to foster innovation. And in this specific case, the new KIC is focused on creativity and culture.
Yes.
So this is really the concept of pushing for innovation in this specific industry at the European level. And in this community, you are going to be sort of an operating participant
exactly.
of the communities.
Let's think like
activities.
A regional project, but 20 more times bigger, because there is a lot of university involved, public administration, private companies. So we are very looking forward to work with. By the way, there is also Philips, which is one of the key industries in Eindhoven, one of our most interesting partner in RegionArts. So we are really happy to have another chance to foster and boost links.
Going back to Lapland, we have a few minutes, so I think we can explore a little bit. You mentioned two projects, two initiatives that RegionArts was focusing on and promoting in Lapland. One, we discussed a little bit more about bringing together artists and technologists and other people from different backgrounds. There was also another initiative, and I'm looking at Heli. I know she's involved in that, and she's a manager actually for that project that derived directly from RegionArts. So can you tell a little bit more about what it is and your participation in it, and how the different, you will talk a little bit more about that, how the different educational establishments collaborate in that specific project.
Yes, so Arctic Smart Future Technologies project is a collaboration of 4 educational institutions: Lapland University of Applied Sciences, University of Lapland, Lappia Vocational School, and Lapland Education Center, REDU. And this is running until May 23, and so far we have been doing some benchmarking to find good practices about collaboration of higher education and vocational schools, and that's been quite challenging to get these higher education and vocational schools because they are so different and different age students. And based on these studies, we will organize workshops for in each institution for personnel to see their side and ideas for our collaboration system. And after those results, we will have a workshop for management from all different institutions. And these will be in spring 23. And this will help to create collaboration model, how to share equipment and knowledge and promote the benefits of collaboration. And we are also processing the article portal, which is a platform that will, there are like services listed that our development environments can offer from all these 4 different institutions. And so far we only have a University of Lapland and Lapland University of Applied Sciences, and now we will bring vocational schools there too. And then all participants are part of Arctic Development Environment and Arctic Innovation Clusters. And then we are also trying to create functional working model with institutions can serve local companies, and close collaboration with companies and other business developers will benefit the whole region of Lapland. And so far we have organized webinars, workshops, and other activities that are open to companies and the public. And part of this cooperation, we have like communication, dissemination, sharing. Results have been synchronized with all these 4 educational institutions, and it has been shown to be good practice, and we will work continuing on that.
So just to make sure that the objective of this collaboration between the education institutions, you mentioned was to share resources.
Yes.
What does that mean? What kind of resources do they share or will they share? And for what is going to be served with those resources?
Yes, we have different development environments, and we can offer services for companies. And now we are trying to make it most of it that because all institutions have different kind of laboratories and they can do different things. And on this platform, they can be placed on right direction. So we all four schools are not doing the same thing because we have to specialize on something. So that would be better for the whole region.
You also implemented some pilot projects
Yes.
in this initiative. Can you tell us about one? Give us one example of a pilot project. How these resources served the local companies, and how they help them develop their activities.
Yeah, so we have all these pilots are based on the use of Industry 4.0 technologies that educational institutions can offer, and they are not used in companies. So we have together 5 pilot cases, but one I like most, my personal liking is this chocolate 3D model molds that they are planning, and these pilots, they always have to cooperate it by at least two different institutions. So in this pilot we have Redu Lappia and University of Lapland, and University of Lapland is doing material research on the molds and helping with design, and Redu is doing actually printing the molds and testing, and then this Chocodeli company which
tasting.
Tasting, yeah, that would be nice.
So here the technology comes together with design, right?
Yes, yes.
Serving, you were talking about novel molds.
Yes.
And technological elements and the design part.
Yes.
And that comes together, and that helps a chocolate company produce something novel, right?
Yes, and they are planning to they want to make molds that are easy and cost effective, and they can do chocolates with company logos on them. So they have to do also the design, the logos that they show great on chocolate.
Mm-hmm.
So, and also the material research, it's great part, and all this testing will be. So hopefully we are in Arctic Design Week. We also have completed this pilot, so
and showcase the results.
Yeah, yeah, and hopefully some tasting too.
All right, thank you very much. For the panelists, I would like to ask if you have any questions. One question there, please. I think you already said your name, but if you could repeat that and where you're from.
Okay, hi, my name is Lisa. I'm with Universidade Católica Portuguesa with the master's program in management in the creative industries. I wanted to ask, all of you, pretty much because you've been in this project collaborating with one another. I'd like to know about mapping and the collective data that you collected. Did you create a standard in questionnaires, and did you have a global approach to it? Did you come up with comparative dimensions to be able to compare with each in every topic? Are you using any geoanalytics to analyze those results? Yes, so that's pretty much it. I don't know if
there is a question about mapping that you did in the project. Who would like to respond to that question?
We need the project managers here.
The project manager is not here.
I could start and then perhaps you can... Actually, the activity of mapping was one of the initial ones during the first phase of the project. All project partners, we were following the same more or less methodology. We did the stakeholder mapping at regional level, or at least a territorial level, where each partner has been operating and acting. And we had also a questionnaire addressing to local stakeholders in order to get their inputs on their needs, expectations, and challenges. So we actually mapped the ecosystem, not only having the organizations that formulate the ecosystem, but also we did a SWOT analysis of the ecosystem. And also, it is very much, to my opinion, worth to say that we had local stakeholder group meetings every semester. This is very important because we had the chance to meet, discuss, and share all this knowledge at project level with our stakeholders. So they were on board from the beginning of the project till the end of it. And the first booklet of the project, which is available on our project website, has all this analysis and also some comparative analysis, some benchmarking, of course. I don't know if I missed anything.
No, you did it perfectly.
Yeah, I think, yes, there was this, like you said, kind of common analysis, but I think all of us did then territorial, individual also questionnaires, and they were done in different ways. I think like gathering knowledge from our stakeholders and all who were interested. So I did one kind of a Mentimeter type questionnaire for Lapland stakeholders and used those results a little bit in our action plan together with these kind of common results. So I'm sure everybody has a little bit similar, like not just talking to the stakeholders, having meetings, but also gathering like local data for your purposes.
Yeah, in our case, we started mapping the sector in 2012, and then we did a second mapping in 2018. I mean, the sector, when I talk about the sector, is the cultural and creative sector. But with RegionArts, the opportunity was to map the interaction, as Poppy was saying, between creatives and the traditional or other kind of sector, and see who is collaborating with who. So rather than a standard and fixed map, it was like a kind of link that evolved during all the project duration, thanks to the presence of our stakeholder into the discussion groups, and we could find out a new opportunity to highlight into the map. But yes, take a look at to the policy book as number 1. You will find all the answers there.
Specific mapping for the north of Portugal. That could be interesting maybe for your studies. So of the ecosystem that so the work that was done by the coordinator.
Oh, thank you. It's just that I am actually researching on mapping at this point, and that's why I was wondering like methodologies and things that you worked. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. So, do we have just one more minute before lunch?
1 more minute.
1 more minute, just to give some key takeaways for our participants. One thought from everyone.
One.
Okay.
Poppy,
please.
I have 3 small ones, but okay.
It's okay.
I think that a RegionArts project has been very useful. It was all about interregional cooperation and fostering mutual learning. In our case, we learned a lot from Arter and Emilia-Romagna region because we were inspired by their case in our planning the activities. It has been also a very good opportunity for networking within our ecosystem, because one of the major weaknesses of the ecosystem has been the lack of synergy and extroversion. So including all the stakeholders and end users in a co-designing phase of creating something for the ecosystem itself, it's valuable. And of course, we had the opportunity to further explore the cultural and creative industry sector and confirm that it can act as driver of innovation, competitiveness and extroversion, especially when it's linked to other sectors as well.
Good. Sveva, please,
Yeah.
one thought. Thank you.
I would talk basically about collaboration, because it was really important to learn what the other guys were doing in their regions. But it was also very, very important to exchange with our ecosystem. So it was really important to create the stakeholder group, and it was amazing because normally you come into these meetings with your mobile phone and other stuff to think about it. And it was amazing to see how people was really interested in what we were reporting from what we learned in the international exchanges. So it was really worth to build up a working group local to transfer what we learned into the study visit or in our meeting. And the way back, because from what we discussed at our regional level, we had some good idea to bring back to the attention to the partner. So it was like a continuous cooperation and iteration that growth during all the project lifelong. And I think that was the main success of the project.
Colleagues from Lapland, one takeaway.
I think like variety in the partners. So it was a little bit difficult to say, okay, what's our role here, what's your role, because we all have a different take on like what the kind of the project is about. But it is it's a positive thing in the end, because then you have to kind of start learning and thinking or knowing new ways. That's one. I think the second one may be also that we have also geographical variety, not just like who we represent, like the industrial variety. So that is also important. And maybe like we have some extremes of Europe, Portugal, Porto by the sea, and we are up north, up in Lapland at least, and maybe Greek somewhere almost to the east, Middle East. So maybe looking from there. I don't know, periphery, do you call yourselves periphery? I can call myself periphery or Lapland. Maybe you see something that's happening in the middle in more clear when you're looking at from the outside. So maybe that's something.
All right, thank you very much. For the
Thank you very
panelists
much.
and
So
also
big
for the
applause
audience.
to our panelists. Don't escape, Tommy, go back. I think that the question of Lisa showed that how much they were committed to the project. They could answer the question without having the project coordinator answering, so they were a very great partner. In the afternoon, we'll see the other half of the partners presenting. Now we are breaking for lunch. We have about 1 hour. The restaurant is 2 floors up on the 7th floor. We are on the 4th, and it's on the 7th. Don't ask me why, but this is the logistic in this space both. We'll starting back around 2 o'clock, and we'll have then an intervention from the entrepreneurship ecosystem of north of Portugal, and then another roundtable from the partners of RegionArts. So enjoy lunch, and see you in about 1 hour. Good afternoon and welcome back after lunch. Kindly asking you everybody to take back your seat. I hope you enjoy lunch. It was a very good lunch, bit too long for the purpose of the moderator who shall keep the timing, and we are not keeping the timing, but we are enjoying the event, I hope. And what we would like to do before starting the afternoon session to, let's say, recreate the mood we had before, we would like to do a small game, which is called Kahoot. It's a quiz. So I ask everybody to connect to kahoot.it, and then in the web page it will appear a space where you insert this code, 770-1717. And then we'll check who was really attentive this morning and pay a lot of attention at the presentation and all the information that was presented. You have to put a nickname, and we see already our players here. We need more. Ines just arrived. Well, unfortunately, I have to say that the RegionArts partners are a little bit facilitated in some questions, but that's life. So, okay, more. Yes. Perfect. More people. We have a very famous bacalhau here. And a bartender. You can use also, incognito name. Okay, I think we are mostly there. Anyone still trying to connect? More participants? No, I think we are all there. So, Ines, we can start.
Let's go.
First question, keep an eye on the time, because also the time is important to get more points. 3, 2, 1, let's go. In what field do you work? You have to write here. This is just, to warm up. I need you have the number of seconds. We have already 14 answers. 18. 24, good. More. 27. I guess there's somebody else. No. Mostly done. Well, we still some seconds. We were very generous with seconds for this question. But for the next question, we are not generous. So you have to be much quicker. So, okay, so a few seconds and we see the answer. And here there are no points to win. Okay, let's see what we have here. Communication, arts, architecture, project management. We have law. Wow, we have somebody from law. Who is the person from law? Wow. Art, education, business. We have music. So we have everything we need for this event today. Next question. This time you have to be quick, because this is a quiz. And double point. Be careful. What is the full title of RegionArts? Somebody say it today. Only 7, answer 8. 10, 7 seconds. 5, 4. So people, there are some missing answers. Okay. Okay, so the correct question was enhancing integration between SMEs growth with integration of artists and ICT projects. We have a Thomas on the first, Francesca, but she's cheating because she's from RegionArts. And this is the project coordinator on the third place, Jose. Okay, next question. What are the regions involved in this project? I know that we haven't heard the second round table, but we heard all the regions today. I see some people with some doubts. 15, 16, more. Quick, 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 quick. Time is over. So we have Emilia-Romagna, Eindhoven, we have Center of Macedonia, Koprivnica, Molise, Portugal, and Lapland. But most of you were correct. And Francesca is scaling up. So she's not just only correct, but she's also quick. So if you want to win, you have to be quick. But even if you don't win, you are going to learn something that you didn't listen well this morning. So next, how many policy changes were achieved by Interreg Europe in the last programming? And this, of course, we have only one person, which is really, facilitated. But the number was very big in the presentation of Vincenzo, very big. 11 persons were pay really attention this morning. The correct number is 936. And, Francesca is fighting hard for the first. Good. Next question. So here you have multiple choice. Be careful, multiple choice. There are 6 open topics. Which are the following are correct? Smart, green, governance, and social. This, it's easy. On the Interreg Europe second call for project, there are 6 topics that were presented by Vincenzo this morning. You have to choose, but it's multiple choice. Yes, so smart. Actually, all of them are for the second call, but with different budget. But Neil is getting more points, and then we have a muse. Good. Next question. This is true or false? Business as usual is the best scenario that we can follow since it's the most probable. True or false? This is an easy one. And in case somebody has found out, you are starting also learning Portuguese. So if you don't listen well to Neil, at least you are learning Portuguese. Okay, there are 3 persons with some doubts, but most of you are correct. So let's see the result. Some changes. No. Next. Again, multiple choice. What of the following, which evolution can be considered by the action plan implemented by Arter? Sveva talked a lot about that. There was, let's say, at least 2 were named and very well explained. One, I think it's a little bit more famous than the other. It's a European initiative. Let's see who was... Good. Yeah, so most of you were correct. So it's the KIC for culture and creativity, but also the Bologna Game Fund was one of the initiatives that was implemented by Arter Action Plan. Good. Let's see the point. Oh, the Muse is behaving very well. Next is the last one. Multiple choice. Our thinking methods as the 6D. Which of the following are correct? Okay, so we're all correct apart develop. Develop is not one of the D. So let's see the winners. At the 3rd point, we have Sveva. Second point, we have José. Sorry, I say RegionArts will be. And first, Neil. So thank you very much. It was just a short warm-up session. Now I'm calling Seu. I'm calling Seu from the Entrepreneurial Association of Portugal. AEP is also a partner that is supporting the coordinator PDF in one of the implementation of the action plan. Seo is the director of innovation at the AEP, but also she's also chairing the Culture and Creative Committee in the European Commission. So she's really important and she has a very good network in Europe for that. She will give us an introduction about what has been done at private sector for cultural industry, with of course with the focus on Portugal. So the floor is yours.
Always, as an Italian girl, it's very kind. It's a pleasure for me to be here today with you all. So, as Chiara said, I don't want to bore you after this very interesting morning. And thank you, Chiara, for waking up all of us, because we had a very delicious lunch. I hope you had the strong and delicious Portuguese coffee in order to listening to the presentations we have in the afternoon. But this quiz, it was very, very interesting for us to be with this good energy. It's a pleasure for me to I don't know. No, it's not. I'm seeing another. Yes, okay, here. It's a pleasure for me to participate in this final event of RegionArts. And what a fantastic experience it is. Only to give a very brief reference, Vincenzo gave us very good news on the new Interreg Europe program, and I'm already fan to Neil Samar and the new ideas on art thinking. All of you, we need this new way of thinking and the new way to do things in a new way. And I want to be in contact with you in order to improve step by step. It don't happen just like this, but step by step and in a long term changing, we can achieve new results, and we can see the life and see the business and see all we do in a different way. Thank you, Neil, for this morning session. So, I don't want to bore you. I have a very brief presentation with 2 short videos in order to exchange better the main idea. But allow me to share the feeling I have at this moment, and after these past years of collaboration with Porto Design Factory and the RegionArts, I don't feel that this is a final event, but for me, and under this feeling I have, it is more a new beginning for new things and for new collaborations. In fact, and seeing all the faces that we have here and all the contacts all the good contacts and the good networking we did in the breaks. The sessions are very important, but what happened when we stop and when we can speak face to face into one to each other, it's very, very important. What I can see in this room now is that we have innovative and competitive SMEs. We have startups connected to the fields of creative industries as a way of making use of new talents, original practices, techniques and products which promise to mark the future. We have the academy with the researchers, professors and students. This young Brazilian lady from Universidade Católica put very interesting questions this morning. I can say that she could represent the students with this good energy and this appealing to know new things and to cooperate. All these players wanted to exchange ideas, knowledge, expertise and experiences. And we have us. the international partners coming from different countries, different European countries, committed to encouraging creativity, entrepreneurship, constant innovation, and, why not, audacity. I could see it in the round table this morning, and what the good energy and what we want to do together in the near future. Effectively, RegionArts project demonstrate that through the interaction and crossing between art and technologies, there can be an improvement in the performance of companies. And the first side that I want to speak, it's from the side of the AEP, Portuguese Business Association and Chamber of Commerce and Industry, representing the companies, industry from all sectors of activity in all countries, but mostly in the north of Portugal. At this moment of the RegionArts, I strongly believe that, that there are all, and I believe that all partners that carried out the implementation of the project agree with me that this remark that the RegionArts and the connection with the technologies could improve in an effective way the performance of companies. AEP in 60 seconds. As I said, it's a Chamber of Commerce in the industry that wants to defend the interests of companies in a constant dialogue with the government entities to show them what is the real life of companies, their difficulties, and that what they need to be strong and to maintain the employment. We have four main business areas that through these areas we want to have an effective and efficient response, tailored response to the needs of Portuguese companies: the competitiveness, education, innovation, and internationalization. And more than this, what I want to speak, and this because of this that I will speak now, that Porto Design Factory invited us to join the project, the RegionArts stakeholders. It's because of the Enterprise Europe Network, that is service created and managed by the European Commission that wants to support and help companies to be strong, to go for new markets and to establish new collaborations, business collaborations, research collaborations with the different countries in order to have a strong European employment market and single market, okay? More than the words that I can say, a very short video can show what is the Enterprise Europe Network, okay? I hope it works. No? I need your help, Ricardo. In this slide we have a video that we tested before lunch and it works. I don't know what is the problem now. This is in the slide, please. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Não é possível reproduzir. Não dá. Deu antes? Não, agora não está a dar. Está a ser. Não é possível reproduzir multimédia.
I have the presentation in a pen, so we can put the pen.
So just 2 minutes, sorry.
Se calhar não gravou bem.
Se calhar não gravou a passagem.
Está a passar.
Chato. Porque isto é que não está a dar mesmo, para não.
Não gravou.
Sinceramente, com a passagem.
abrimos novamente na... Ok. Ok.
Mas ele funciona tão bem,
We need you, Ricardo, please.
Eu não sei se eles vão conseguir. Nós estamos com a internet, por isso também não é da internet, mas está na pena. Não sei se vai ver.
Não está a linkar, provavelmente. Não é possível reproduzir. Tem um vídeo.
We try it before lunch and this works. Inês, you can say. Pedro?
Não sei se ele está a linkar no vídeo. Ele não está, não é possível linkar.
Não tem o vídeo online.
Antes do lanche funcionou. Ricardo, está a haver algum problema com a internet para não funcionar agora?
Não, está certo aqui a processar. Olha, já está. O primeiro já está.
Se calhar reiniciar o... Ele já está com 3 apresentações abertas. Não pode estar um bocado a...
Não, é da apresentação, porque acho que ele não consegue carregar o vídeo. Não sei porque.
É que já sentamos às 2 e tudo, assim não dá.
Ok. Agora vamos fazer a última tentativa, senão vamos ter que seguir sem vídeo. Céu, não se importa.
E não está no YouTube.
Eu não consigo.
O vídeo não está no YouTube.
O segundo, se calhar tenta conseguir.
Está ligado à internet.
Mas é que estando na pena, sim, está ligado à internet.
Mas está ligado à internet.
Mas estando na pena. E os vídeos não estão no YouTube.
Não, mas eu consigo ir buscar um instante.
Se tivesse no YouTube,
mas deixa então o seu continuar e
Sim.
vemos. Continua e vemos os vídeos no final se conseguimos.
No, it's not the same. Pedro, you can come here, please. Try to put the videos, and I will. Okay, because it's you must believe in me and Inês. Before lunch, we try this, and this works. But it's in a 1 minute. It can speak better than me. But what I'm saying about the Enterprise Europe Network, that the Enterprise Europe Network is a service from European Commission that join more than 300 entities, just like business associations, research centers, universities, and to help companies to go abroad and to have a new and better. Okay? Okay. Okay. As the movie refers, Enterprise Europe Network really works, okay? You must trust on it. And we are in all of the countries that are represented in this room. We are in, in Greece as well. We have a lot of partners in Greece in order to help each company in a tailor-made service, okay? And in a completely free support for the companies, okay? How does IAP, particularly from the Enterprise Europe Network, position itself in RegionArts? First of all, and as we spoke this morning, to make the bridge between industry, companies, economy, art, and the academy, to share knowledge, experience, and to step by step changing the way of thinking and the way of doing things in a real exchange of knowledge and experience from the academy to industry and from the industry to academy, because in the past always the academy have the knowledge and want to put it in industry, but the opposite sometimes don't happen, and are very interesting and powerful knowledge that arise from the companies, inside the companies, that academy must to testimony about this, must to say that this is the correct knowledge, correct experience, okay? Considering that the aim of RegionArts is to promote the competitiveness and innovation of companies through the integration of and synergies between ICT and artists, it makes perfect sense that the Enterprise Europe Network cooperates with this type of projects. Indeed, as our main goal is to help companies go places and determine effective growth paths for SMEs, including the integration of artists in ICT projects, I would say that both AEP, through Enterprise Europe Network, and RegionArts have a common goal: to help companies run the extra mile when it comes to integrate art as an essential component within research and innovation in ICT. What we are working on, in a very, very short and a few words, we are working, we will see in a few seconds this, we are working through the cultural and creative industry sector group that joined more than precisely 69 partners from more than 20 countries. And this European sector group, it's aligned with the new industrial ecosystem defined by European Commission for cultural and creative industries, and we are very committed to help all the elements that are working in this system, not only companies, but all the elements that here, artists, single persons, investors, experts, all the players in this area. And in Portugal, and in a close collaboration with RegionArts, and in order to have a very good final result, and all the ecosystem that is around the RegionArts, all the entities, we are working very close with the Portuguese government, the Ministry of the Economy, in order to create the cluster, the Portuguese cluster for cultural and creative industries here in the north of Portugal. Okay, you can see it after, but we are collaborating in the establishment of this new platform with the Portuguese Design Factory, as I always mention, the creation of the cluster for cultural and creative industries, and among this new ecosystem, instigating SMEs in order to build new business models in this thematic area.
The Cultural and Creative Industries Sector Group welcomes you to the presentation of the Sector Group and its members. Our sector group is an ecosystem with key activities to the single market as they have a significant spillover effect on the innovation of the economy as a whole and boost European exports by improving the image of Europe around the world. We have the potential to create value through a unique interaction between culture, creativity, technology, management, and business. As such, we will provide advice and support on the thematic areas that fall within the SG scope of action through special services aimed at companies. Have a growing influence on the design and establishment of key cooperations between stakeholders, companies, and citizens to enhance CCI. And promote the visibility of the Enterprise Europe network through an integrated vision aligned with EU policies and European industrial ecosystems. To manage the sector group, we have an integrated governance structure. Almost all members will be part of a working group, which main objectives will be to give advice to other members on sectoral information, updates on related policies, events, news, calls, or other related initiatives. All members actively organize and participate in activities and contribute to international cooperation and dissemination of good practices and events. We have primary 6 types of events and activities: formal sector group meetings, sector group online meetings, communication, company missions, brokerage events, and other innovation activities. The bet on developing the creative industries is very demanding and it should not be tackled in a solitary way.
Okay, I'm almost finishing, and I want only for finishing to emphasize that this area, cultural and creative industries, has the potential to catalyze the boost productivity and results of companies, improve competitiveness, promote innovation, and change the world. Aligned with Neil, step by step, this changing in a long term, but not just like this, but we can achieve this new way of thinking and of doing. I'm a fan of this, and I believe in this new way of doing things. This is necessary. Finally, we believe that before this, I don't knew Neil, either this presentation, but one of the most needed skills for 2030 is creative thinking, art of thinking, the new art of thinking. This requires creativity and doing the things, just like Neil said, in a different way that never thinks about this. From my personal experience related to RegionArts, I would like to emphasize the participation in the exchange of experience events, highlighting the most relevant dimensions related to the holistic approach to art that this experience provides and its key role to bridge the gap between the cultural, social, and economic fabric. Equally important are the face-to-face experience, just like this one that we are taking now, as a more effective means to learn, share ideas, and work side by side with the local stakeholders, startups, incubators, clusters, and other relevant players. If we were only in an online version, I think that we don't be able to give these feelings that we can achieve when we are in this face-to-face experience. Okay. Final word. Finally, I do believe that projects of this nature have a growing influence in policy design in a regional, national, and European public policies, as long as stakeholders, businesses, and citizens cooperate with policymakers and governmental institutions, because they are all relevant to implement a change of mentalities at a long run. If I could choose 2 words or concepts to characterize RegionArts, I would say that more than a project, RegionArts is a lifestyle, passionate and alive. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation and also for the support that you are providing to Porto Design Factory in the implementation of the action plan. And this will be the possibility to invite here the rest of the RegionArts partners. And so we are changing the configuration for the last roundtable. I invite my colleague Sara Brandau of Innovamais. She will be moderating the roundtable, and I invite also the rest of the partners, José, Marlou, and Vesna, to join Sara here on stage and to tell us a little bit more about your action plan and results achieved.
Could you come with me?
We have a bit of improbable here, which is always good.
So let's see if everything is working now. Okay, properly. Let's
Testing.
test.
Testing.
Yes.
Can anyone hear me? Yeah.
Good. We can start now. So this is the second roundtable, the continuation of what we have started in the morning, hearing a bit more about these experiences at the regional level, giving the floor and words to the regions and partners that were involved in RegionArts and design their projects in a very collaborative way, engaging all the stakeholders at the regional level, designing or co-designing their action plans, implementing actions, achieving already very important results that they will speak about this during this session. These sessions are about these learnings and lessons from their experience. During this conversation, the idea is to understand the motivations, the chart of intentions, the action plans they design, and then how was implementing this. In the implementation of projects, normally we emphasize the good, how it was and the achievements. But normally there are some moments that defies the challenge, the partners, and even the initial conceptions. And this would be also good to hear about this as part of a non-linear process of learning and testing. And building together. I think this was the main purpose. So together with us, we have the experiences of, we are talking about the experiences of three different regions. The original intentions, and let's talk about failure. The intention was to have a fourth region together with us. Unfortunately, it was not possible due to some issues with flights. So Molly's region is not with us here present. And eventually, if the panelists want to give some examples from exchanges, you are most welcome to do that. If not, just a warm word to them. And unfortunately, they are not here attending the event. So today we have the Polytechnic Institute of Porto, the PDF, Porto Design Factory, and the Northern region of Portugal, where we are. We have Balton Laboratories from Eindhoven, the Netherlands, and we have Enter, and I'm very sorry, I think I'm going to pronounce so badly the name of the city, but it's Kopernika in Croatia. Okay. It was not so bad, I think. Okay. It's a pleasure to be part of this learning journey with you and hearing what you have to share with us. This is a good opportunity for Innova, I would say, having the chance of facilitating this work, these roundtables, and at the same time, for me personally, as the person currently leading the unit at Innova responsible for international policies, we have been working in several projects linked to the fields of cultural and creative industries. We are currently running a preparatory action under the Music Moves Europe and Creative Europe program, that is Music Air, where we were trying to develop, we are still developing, designing, testing, and then assessing the results of a support scheme designed for the support and assist the recovery of the music sector. So these experimentations and learnings are part of what we are involved in, and several projects we have similar to what you have done. Similar in terms of the intention, not in terms of the programs or the details of your activities. So a warm welcome to our panelists. I will just say a few words to present the panelists, and please feel free to add elements that are necessary to offer a good view on who you are and the regions you and organizations you represent. Because I have this issue of non-pronouncing correctly the names, I will start with José, so it's very easy. José Miguel Reis is a higher technician at the Polytechnic Institute of Porto in PDF. Is responsible for coordinating the project. Porto Design Factory is a creative hub. This creative hub offers differentiated training, specialized training for a link to design and innovation. The idea is to offer these differentiated educational programs and other activities in an interdisciplinary approach. Thank you. And the background of José is industrial design and is currently involved in the RegionArts, but he helps as well and guides students in drawing, 3D modeling and prototyping techniques. So really hands-on things. We have Marlo van, and now, sorry again, do you want to say your surname?
Marlo van der Kruijsen. It's very Dutch.
Thank you. It's really nice. Sounds really amazing. I would like to say it correctly. Marlo is the co-director of Balton Laboratories, which is a cultural, this is so nice because it's an interdisciplinary lab. So we normally talk about multidisciplinarity or but this is interdisciplinarity. And I think you may add a few words on the meaning of this. So it's based in Eindhoven, and it's focused on societal topics, and putting together the idea of working with arts and design, learning trajectories, and collaborative and imaginary way or manners. The core topics of Balton Laboratories and the projects and actions the organization promotes are linked to societal, economic, political, and environmental matters. We have Vesna Vrovek.
Koprivnica. From Koprivnica.
From Enter, a business support organization. Vesna is associate expert in EU projects and education. Enter is a business organization that manages the Hrvatska Entrepreneurship Incubator and the Creative Industry Incubator. So the intention of the organization is to support entrepreneurship and bringing as much as possible new technologies to the business models that are helped there to develop, offering space and advising services. Enter is an organization with several experience in EU and the participation in EU programs, including Interact, such as the case of RegionArts, eventually others, Erasmus, and some national and regional initiatives as well. So if you want, this is the time for you to add a few extras, if necessary. I hope I presented you well. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing your experiences with me and the audience. So we have on-site audience and we have online audience as well. Welcome. So I think this is the first time we're saying hi to the online audience, but you are in our hearts from the start. I would like to start this conversation with a question that relates to the context, so we could understand better your intentions and motivations, the reasons why you joined the project, and the key features of the regions you represent here and you were representing in the project. If I could start with José. Thank you.
Of course. So, giving a background context on the project and our motivation. So, first of all, I was not in the beginning of the project, so I joined later in. But I have been involved in PDF and its activity for quite some time now, around 7 years. So I started out as a student and then moved forward as an intern, and then quickly became involved in not just with the educational programs as a mentor, but also then with projects like RegionArts and other types of projects. So the motivation for us is that the Porto region, the North region, is very strong in these two sectors. So the creative and cultural industries, and also the ICT sectors is very present and very strong. Lately, and since and during the pandemic, the investment, and not just private but also public, but the investment around mainly ICT and technologies in Porto has been really high, mainly because of also our experts and highly trained talent we have on those technologies and those fields. And also on the creative sector, we have a lot of industry, especially in the north, that's around the areas of design, architecture, fashion, and craftsmanship, and manual labor. So there are a lot of our ecosystem is paved with a lot of initiatives and work being done. And so for us at PDF, we are 100% public, belonging to the Porto Polytechnic, but we always considered that a differentiated training for our students is a must. So the Polytechnic has 8 schools. We all the 8 schools train our students in various backgrounds and various fields, and they become good at those fields. But then we noticed a lack of the transversal skills and the skills to work together with other areas, which is something that it's also tackled here in RegionArts. So this bridge between artists and the technology and ICT. And so for us, this has been in our DNA for quite some time, and it seemed, in a way, it seemed probable, but it's also something that we much enjoy being involved in, and that we see that there's a concrete need for it. So we've noticed as well that despite having very much talent present in these two, mainly in these two fields, these are kind of scattered and separated from each other. And so this is something we've noticed that needs to be improved. So we have amazing artists and amazing artistic communities and cultural sectors working on exhibitions, working on pieces of art, pieces of craftsmanship, design, architecture, that then kind of, they don't fail, but the bridging the gap is not fully completed between other areas. And so, for example, in the ICT part, there are a lot of talent in software development, in media, arts, that has so much potential to crossroad with artistic processes. And we start to see that happening already a bit now, but it could be so much fostered and so much more supported, that we felt the need for this project to happen in this region. And then, of course, since the beginning, what was great, and for me it was helpful joining on the project later on, was seeing all the knowledge that was exchanged between the several regions of the partners, and then seeing some case studies that would work on some regions being or having the potential to be applied here as well. And so, I mean, in my perspective, in our perspective of PDF, that was a great plus and a great motivation to join and to continue with this project. Yeah, I would say that.
Okay, thank you. Let's stop here and not spoil all the answers.
Yes, sorry.
No, just kidding. So now, Marlo, if you could enlighten us on the reasons, the motivations at the original participation. So why did you decide to participate in RegionArts project?
Yes, of course. Well, maybe first a bit about Eindhoven, and then I do want to say a bit about Baltan, because we're a bit of the weirdo within this consortium, maybe. So in Eindhoven, we have a highly developed technological sector and also a creative sector. So we have the Technical University, the high-tech campus on the technical side, and the Design Academy, so a lot of design students, and these are both vibrant sectors in that sense in the city. So that was already a reason, right, to join a project about arts and ICT collaborations. And as Balton, we've been, well, maybe first, we are not a regional development organization. We are a small cultural organization. So we're doing arts and art projects, and we are supporting art projects. And we've been doing that for over 10 years in interdisciplinary projects. So then, back then it was still interdisciplinary. So we were working on the intersection of art, science, design, and research. And what we found throughout all those projects is that one major challenge is for people to talk to each other and to speak the same language, to be at a table and truly understand each other. So that was something we wanted to look at in this project to see how can we tackle that. And along the way, that's why we shifted to interdisciplinary. We found it more beneficial for collaboration to, for a temporary moment in time, create a space to get rid of discipline as well. So to take off your coat, to get rid of your expertise, to get rid of all the hierarchies within a space and a conversation, to engage around an urgency, which are, societal, economic, environmental, and political topics, basically all the stuff we need to change to make sure that, we will still sit here comfortably, in 50 years. And to engage in the conversation as people. And in that way, you can learn with each other instead of from each other. And then you can take that back to your expertise. So maybe, does that answer your question? I'm not sure.
I would say yes,
Okay.
because we're going to continue exploring
Cool.
your participation. So we can hear a bit, Vesna, on the reasons why.
Yes, first of all, I would like to say more about the region. So we are from the city of Koprivnica, which is on the north of north region of Croatia. We had a borderline with Slovenia and Hungary. And this is the area where is located the biggest food processing company called Podravka in our city. And we also have Carlsberg, which is brewery, and Hartmann paper industry. So you can have the feeling that this is a more industry oriented area. And I think back in 2017-18, creative industries become like buzzword. And what we did, we saw that there isn't any structural support to these sectors. So you could, at least not for ICT and art. There were non-governmental institutions. Artists work alone, SMEs worked alone. There were no collaboration, etc. And we decided to apply for ERDF and build an incubator of creative industries. So RegionArts was a great opportunity to learn, and in this project we were mostly a learning partner. And we want to gain much more experience and good practices and to transfer them to our area. And I think that we are moving in the right direction since we decided to use a bottom-up approach and influence on the local level and then on the national. We hope so.
Okay, thank you so much. So this was an initial walkthrough on the background, the reasons, and we would like to ask you if you could elaborate more on the primary intervention, so at these reasons and objectives that led you to participate in the project, then were transformed or reflected into an intervention plan, a work program, action plans. If you could describe a bit more on your initiatives and how this work plan was composed, so how you would see your objectives then fulfilled by your actions.
Yes. So
you can
I start. Yeah.
Thank you.
So in our case, just to pick a little bit on as well on the motive for the actions that are present in our action plan. As we saw that primarily we needed to tackle two things. First of all was, as well as Marlu mentioned in her context, we also suffer a bit from it, which is the two sectors seem kind of distant, and so there's also a lack of opportunity to engage and to discuss collaboration. And so that's one of the aspects we wanted to work with our actions. And the second one was to facilitate the kind of the knowledge that it is shared and the access to information about applying to funding, being able to run a project, being able to implement change and bring innovation to your either company or work or team. That is the point number two we wanted to tackle. And so these two main challenges brought us to, very briefly, so our actions in our action plan. First of all, we wanted to conduct an analysis that's still ongoing about one of our policy instruments, which is the Regional Operational Program of Noord-Wind-Wind, which funded a lot of projects locally in our northern region, and to analyze specifically the ones that are engaged in the arts sector or the cultural and creative industry sector, ICT, and look for specifically the ones that kind of already are bridging the gap between the two areas. On a preliminary analysis, we found that there are a few that conduct that bridge already, so there's opportunity to have more collaboration and more engagement. That analysis is still ongoing, so that's action number one. Number two is, as Philippe from AEP presented, we are also very much interested in developing a more kind of an artistic and cultural cluster as well related to ICT and to industry. And so that brought us to propose a regional innovation platform that will integrate several actors, several stakeholders from our region, being regional entities, companies, bigger corporate groups, or also SMEs, which constitute a lot of our industry fabric. But also startups, artists, freelancers, and other actors that can benefit from having access in the same point to networking with different people, being presented challenges, being presented applications for funding, and also training, or at least we are considering as well to incorporate a training part to it with open source resources to help especially startups and freelancers that are starting now on the scene to get more accustomed to the language of the ecosystem, and also to what will it take to raise an idea or raise a collaboration from scratch and then bringing it all the way to a partner or then to the market. So that's one of our other actions. The final one is one that is completed, is our and kind of integrates or kind of complements the platform in a way, which is our creative toolkit for business innovation. It's a set of tools that was compiled from methods we use at Porto Design Factory, methods that some of our stakeholders also have the kindness to share with us and to also participate. Yeah, thank you. By the way, I would also like to take the opportunity, now that we have several people here, if you are interested in our document, in our toolkit, we'll be glad to share it with you, and we'll be more than welcome to have your feedback If you want to download it, it's an open source resource. You can use it if there's any faculty members here. You can use it in your classes. You can use in your startup if you're in a business. So feel free. And this is something that then we want to also include in the platform as kind of a resource area and knowledge sharing and documentation sharing between all the community that we will start to build first focused on these two sectors, arts and ICT, and then maybe later scaling up to other sectors of interest and of predominance in the region. So that's basically it.
Thank
Stop
you.
talking now.
No, you are much welcome. So, in case of Baltan, Marlo, was this idea of developing tools to assist target groups considered a priority as well? And what were your main priorities, let's say, in terms of intervention?
Yeah, I think for us, well, we had similar challenges that we saw that these two sectors are both doing well, and they are interested in each other, but somehow it's hard to collaborate or to collaborate in a meaningful manner. And what we specifically saw in Eindhoven is that there are a lot of initiatives on the creative side, a lot of artists, organizations, festivals. There's a big ecosystem, and they're also focusing a lot on topics outside of the artistic sector, right? But it's hard for them to go beyond the conceptual phase. So a lot of these projects are stuck within, well, the conceptual phase, while at the same time the technological sector is actually very eager to get engaged more with disruptive ideas or other ways of looking at issues. So what we did is we were thinking about how can we facilitate this conversation, and where is this conversation going? Well, it's not going somewhere. What's that point? And we found that when artists talk about what is the stage of their project when it's ready, they don't have the same thing in mind as when a company or when the policy development of the city or of a societal topic, what they have in mind when something is ready. So we looked at the TRL scheme from NASA, a technology readiness level. That's very, well, it's widely adopted within the technological sector. And we thought, okay, what if we can facilitate this conversation about what is ready, what is the stage of a project, and what is needed for it to move forward. So that was on the one hand, and while doing that, we also saw that there's not really a very well-developed support system for these type of projects. So there are gaps in the support system. You know, at the one hand, you have cultural funding, and there's a big, big gap, and then you come to companies, for example. But what do you do in the middle, right? Because you are still an artist. Your aim is maybe to exhibit your work. Well, it's also your work can also be very meaningful for other sectors, but how can you make this translation? So that's why we developed the tool, and around it a role play game, so we can invite different people from different sectors who all take on a fictional role within this ecosystem that then have the mutual goal to help this artist, the one that's playing the artist, to reach their goal to the end of the system. So it's more of a reenactment of that journey. So that's what we've been doing.
Good. What are the roles they can play there?
Difficult question. So you have the artist.
Just a few examples.
You have a policymaker. You have a company. Then there is the bank. The bank.
Chiara
yes, you were the bank. You were the bank. Yeah.
She played the game.
And now I'm missing one, a big one.
Art gallery. Art gallery.
The art gallery, yeah, and specifically the art fund. So there's I think those are it. Yes, of course.
always refusing my my
Your work,
Yeah.
yes, because it didn't have a societal impact, right? Or something like that. Yeah.
But we have, for instance, the toolkit ready and is available. So
Yes,
is it possible
yes.
to assess this toolkit? And in the case of the game, is it possible?
We are publishing the validation tool the end of this month, so it will be online.
Nice.
And we're doing workshops for people who are interested in that, because that role play is something that needs facilitation in that sense. So,
okay,
yeah.
Okay, good to hear you saying.
Yes, I would just like to add that the toolkit we've developed, we've had some initial feedback on it, mainly from our internal community in the Polytechnic, which, I mean, it's the first pilots you can try. Now we are reaching out to other stakeholders to kind of share it and learn from their experience using it as well. What we found preliminary is that people from the field that are actually doing activity, so we compiled a lot of methodologies that are useful when you're in the process of developing an idea from scratch, even if you're not a creative-oriented person or an IT guy, for example. But you have a set of tools that at the first glance help you get there to that point. However, we have already planned to do some practical presential workshops as well to help people get engaged with the toolkit. But an initial feedback we've got is something that will probably lead us to do a second version of it and publish it as well, which is have a more practical side to it with concrete kind of exercises and templates also available so that people can just like use it really as a tool set instead of having more of like a theoretical manual that they can go back to. So, yeah, and that's something that completely correlates with us because we are hands-on at PDF, we are very practical, and although theory is important and you need to go through that stage first, then to execute you actually need practical exercises, and so that's something we are considering on adding up later and on the next few months. So just
it's true, and then we unlearn. We start and learn, and then we unlearn. Vesna, could you give us an overview, a helicopter view on your activities throughout the project?
Yes, as I said, these two sectors didn't collaborate, or it was one-time collaboration, or it was related to organizations that are non-profit. And we want to change that. They had lots of, they were not aware of good things that could arrive from this kind of collaborations. And through this project and engaging in different activities, except of exchange of experience and learning inspired by good practices, especially from Arter, Digital Innovation Hub, and Get10 from Lapland, we created our two actions. And I also have to mention ICT Meets the Arts event, where we saw that our activities go beyond our region, because we had a guest from different cities, different regions of our country. They showed interest for that kind of collaborations, and this is a great opportunity to meet someone and for networking. And as I was saying, we are now in implementation phase, where we are doing activities under our digital and creative hub. As I said, it was inspired by Arter, Digital Innovation Hub. And through that, we saw opportunity to create different educational activities and everything they can do to enrich their business and enhance their collaborations. And our second action was related to grant that we managed to influence our City of Koprivnica development strategy. and we included that grant in the program of measures to support entrepreneurship. We are particularly proud of it because we had people from creative industry, like movie, music, and then from wood, who are dealing with wood, and we had artists like painters and book writing. We have all combined them all and create something that is representing our city as a center for all of this. So we want to make our city like place which is recognizable for enhancing these multi-sectoral collaborations. I think we managed with this.
Okay, thank you. So we already discussed a few concrete examples. You can elaborate further on that, on the toolkit or the validation tool. But besides that, I think it would be really useful because when this was the initial point, when we enter this project, we go with some expectations and some ideas how things will happen, but then we are surprised in a good way. You're challenged to adapt, and considering this framework, I would like to ask Marlo about how it was, and I think if Jose you wanna reply as well, because you're developing tools and resources, and you want to mainstream these resources, and how is it going, considering that you are facing this difficulties in fulfilling the gaps and bringing, at least this was the original point. Now things are much better for sure, but how was this in terms of challenges, and what it imply in the end for your actions in terms of changing a bit or adjusting from your initial plans to this?
Should I start?
Yeah, you can.
I think, well, we were going with a bottom-up approach, so we wanted to do this with all the stakeholders, and that's going actually quite well, because we got a lot of positive feedback from the field. And what was surprising to us, or at least we didn't think about that, was specifically positive feedback from the education field, so arts education, to see that, to help students think in this way also about their practice, and that it could also be beneficial for the gap between education and the market. Sorry, I have a... Yes, that's better. But it was a challenge to keep policymakers attached to the project. I think it's also because we are an organization who's not, in that sense, directly involved with policy making. So that was a challenge, especially when the pandemic hit. So in the beginning, there was really a focus, and we were really aligned with the development of that policy tool that was working on a design vision, that was looking into a new center of expertise for this. But then the pandemic hit, and then priorities shifted within the policy, of course. People changed, and we found that now that we can meet again, it's still very hard to get that focus back. Maybe it's also, but that's more of my own interpretation, that if you just look at the collaborations in Eindhoven between the different sectors, then it's actually going quite well already. So it would be, we were focusing on an improvement of that. And I can also imagine that there might be other priorities at the moment. So I think that was the biggest challenge for us.
Yeah, I can also relate to that, and I think I had the luck and the challenge in a way, which is I joined the project post the pandemic, so I didn't experience really the difficulties of maintaining the engagement during the period where we were all working remotely and apart from each other. I remember we had an old colleague that she would complain about that, and it was difficult, but I haven't experienced it. Although when I joined in, I noticed as well a difficulty in keeping track also on the people that were on the organization. So new contacts had to be made. Sometimes there was not a direct or like a straight answer right away. So it would pass some time before you could clearly get a hold of that organization, that stakeholder, or that specific person. It also happened in some cases that you learn the person was working in one organization before, now it's in another place, which is an interesting place or even a new place to work with. So yeah, I would say it was a challenge, but in a way it was also a tackleable challenge and an opportunity in many aspects as well.
Good. Let's hear a bit on good surprises. If Vesna wants to share a few with us.
Good surprises derive maybe from we had interaction on every semester with our stakeholders. So we were working hard on getting them to know that this should be funded and that these collaborations has to be enhanced. And other positive thing that happened was that we are feeling like elephant in the room, but in the positive way. We get lots of visits from other incubators that would like to implement something like we had. For instance, we are our incubator of creative industry. If you work in the creative industry, you can have residency in there. We have another incubator where other SMEs from different sectors can be, but this one is only for creative industry. So on one hand, you have full parking inside, in the front, and inside there's a complete silence. You don't hear anything, and everyone thinks it's empty, but all offices are full, our co-working space is full, and this is the thing, because we have lots of data programmers and IT companies, and on the other hand we have like textile industry, movie, marketing, and you see those who are on the hallway, they are from marketing and etc. And this one, and our ITs are in the office closed. And the great thing is when they meet, they share their experience. Not only they have the similar problems. They are both SMEs, so you know the taxes, the HR, and etc. This is similar. So you start with that, and then it develops to something else. And those visits I mentioned, it's good that we are recognized as a good example. So we want to share it and develop it more. That's why we are involved in other projects also related to creative industries, like Erasmus+. We also develop tools and handbooks, and we are trying to do more and more for this community.
Still on your regional experience and organizational experience in the project, what you would like to share with us regarding your key achievements, realizations, and what really makes you proud of having achieved with the project?
Partnership was great. I believe that this project creates something that it could be developed. So let's see, on Interreg Europe, can you call?
But not 2.0.
No. But this is a great basis that we can work on and develop something new. And as I said, I'm proud of this grant that we managed to ensure for this kind of collaborations, and hope this will go in that direction with a few bumps. That's all.
Okay, thank you. And José, what can we expect in terms of what comes next in your implementation?
what comes next? So right away, next it would be in terms of the toolkit, continuously improvement and implementation and organization of still in this month of one event for dissemination and for presentation of the toolkit. It will happen probably in our facilities in the Polytechnic of Porto. And we are now in conversation with ANGE and Fundação da Juventude, which are two of our other stakeholders, to see the possibility to do a joint event and have more audience that we can present, and also a varied audience, because the Fundação da Juventude, the Youth Foundation, works a lot with students as well and entrepreneurs, and then ANGE works, it's purely entrepreneurship. So we have people from the field present there, and we'll be able to do a small workshop explaining the toolkit and see about their feedback. So that will still happen this month. We don't have a date set yet, but it will happen this month. And on the upcoming months, the idea is to eventually launch the second version and publish it on our website. By the way, the QR code link you got was from our website where the toolkit is. And over there we will publish several news about following events and also following versions of the tool, and even in the future perhaps more tools, complementary tools. Regarding the first action, the action number one about the analysis, that is still ongoing. We are working with also one of our very good stakeholders, CCDRN, which is responsible as well for the ROP program, the Noordwind Wind, and is providing data to analyze, and then for us to think about the data we gather, about the projects and companies that submitted applications for funding in these two sectors. Then analyze the ones that already are bridging the gap between these two areas, and the ones that are not, what happened in terms of if there could be something improved that would boost their confidence to do something as a joint effort, or why, for example, why others haven't applied for this kind of support. And so our idea is as well to develop a bit, or at least to do some suggestion, a proposal on how to improve as well the support scheme into fostering more collaborations between these two areas. And especially to integrate the artists and the artistic sector into it. And then second of all, finally, the regional innovation platform is already ongoing, the structure and the development. What is now missing and what we will tackle in the next few months is as well in partnership with IAPEA to make sure that we can muster and gather a lot of interested parties, being from the startup scene or the SMEs from several sectors, and also regional entities that are also associated, that can bring forward their interest and their knowledge into the platform and make this really as a creative cluster for ideas and for collaboration to nurture. The platform will be developed in collaboration with us in the Polytechnic, and it will be managed in the future by us. Although we are open to the support as well from other entities, but in the beginning it will be managed by us, and it will encompass first of all these two big sectors, so players in the arts and in the ICT. In the future, we also want to scale up to our and to add in our own networks from PDF and from the Polytechnic. From the Design Factory network, for example, or from the Atina network, that it's also a project the Polytechnic is involved with. So we want as well to scale this platform in means possible as well to manage, but to include a lot of actors that can then share challenges, applications for projects, and just have an open forum for collaboration and for discussion and networking. So
with a long-term or medium long-term.
This is very long-term. Yeah. Short-term is first really have arts and ICT connected, and foster that. Once we have that first proof that it actually works and it's useful, then move on to other sectors.
On this long-term vision, Marlo, what would be your hopes on the development of the regional ecosystem, and how can the results of the project eventually be linked with this development?
Yeah, I think that in Eindhoven we sometimes forget what a special place we are in, or special, or well, it's not that we're like super special, but a lot of good stuff is happening there, and I think it's very good to see that there's, in the design sector and the art sector in Eindhoven, it's already almost a given to focus on societal change or societal topics, and this is something I think, well, we desperately need as a society at large to rethink the things we're doing, how we are doing things, also to rethink innovation in that sense, to not just use art and design to innovate more, but to innovate differently, to question if we should, when should you design, and when should you refrain from designing or making something new. And I think that's already, that discussion is very much happening in Eindhoven and very much happening within the sector. And I would hope for the Eindhoven region to foster that, and also to find and look into ways how they can harvest that expertise, because it is very much a specific skill to, or a specific language is needed to bridge that, that language from arts and design into societal topics or into implementation. And we see in Eindhoven that there are multiple organizations working on that, so I would hope that we as a region find a way to, gather strengths and to see how we can do that also in a wider context.
Thank you. I think it's a good moment to open the discussion. I'm just looking to Chiara. She's my boss, and she's saying, no, we don't have more time. But I think we have still time. Maybe we cut on the final argumentations or thoughts, the key takeaways, but we open the discussion to see if anyone from the audience wants to make a direct question or comment to what has been discussed.
Question, what I also would like to invite the audience is to go to the website of RegionArts, where you can find what it was produced, the policy booklet that were produced along the project, but you also find the contact of all the partners with direct email. So if you have any question or you would like to ask them about the best practice or what they learn or the more specificity about the action plan, do not hesitate. They will be here for the rest of the afternoon, but there you have also the direct content and also all the material that were produced by the project along the 4 years. And the action plan as well, exactly.
So you have access to many resources, and you have the contacts to try to move this discussion further and clarify your doubts. So a big thank you to our panelists. It was a pleasure to discuss here with you your learnings. Next time I want to be part of it. It sounds really amazing. So thank you all, and a big applause, I would say.
Thank you.
So thank you very much to the panelists and to Sarah for the great moderation. I'm now inviting, well, you can stay there if you want. Like this, we have a full stage, and it's always nice to have more people there than me alone with the speaker. So while Ines is preparing for the presentation, I invite Diogo, Director of Innovation at the Portuguese Innovation Agency. The Portuguese Innovation Agency was also part and a stakeholder in the... Now you can stay if you want. Ah, okay,
you can
that's
see it
right.
here.
Maybe you can sit there.
Yeah.
Nah, yeah. Go back to seat. Go back to seat. So the Portuguese Innovation Agency was also a stakeholder invited to the activities of PDF. So they've been following the project, and they are here today to give us some closing remark about the day. And then after Don escape, because I still have a couple of practical information for the closing of the event. But now, Diogo, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Chiara. It's really a pleasure on behalf of the of ANI, the Portuguese National Innovation Agency, to be here today. And I would like to make a very brief presentation. I had 15 minutes, and then now I have 7. So I'm working on it. So, do you know who this person is? Anyone? I didn't know either. It's Marcy Siegel. Marcy is a Canadian anthropologist, and she's responsible for the 21st of April, not obviously the calendar day, but the World Day for Innovation and Creativity. So there is a World Day recognized by the United Nations about innovation and creativity, and I think it's interesting to see the linkage between innovation and creativity. As you can see behind Marcy, you have works of art. Marcy believes that the solutions for the world problems can be dealt with freedom of thought and by collaboration and individual and differences between people. This is the bullfighter. It's a painting. Do you know who painted this? Anyone? I didn't know either. Actually, I think you'll be as surprised as I was. Picasso painted this when he was 8 years old. And this is the First Communion. Do you know who painted it? No. Good. Well done. Well done. When he was 15. And that brings me to another idea. Children are very creative, and I would like to share this. Do you know the Marshmallows Challenge? Anyone? Yeah, a lot of people. So basically you are given a string, spaghetti, marshmallows, and some tape, and you have a few minutes to build the largest tower you can. So that's the challenge. And it's very interesting because when you give it to a team of adults, and this is it's very much used in team building exercises and things like that. So people come up with things like that, and then they've spent a lot of time planning it. So it's involves a lot of time planning it. So they kind of build something, and then in the last seconds it becomes this. So it falls apart, and in the last few seconds something happens like this. So and this is what adults do. And again, what children do is quite remarkable. Children can do very interesting stuff because they are not afraid. First of all, they don't plan, and they only use their creativity and their ingenuity to achieve this. So they start building blocks like Legos. So putting marshmallows on spaghetti, and they start falling, and then they become these organic structures. So the first exercise that's comparing adults and children is that children have better scores in the first exercise. And then obviously adults learn and they do fantastic structures, but then after having failed the first exercise. So, Annie is, as I said, as I was introduced by Chiara, it's an agency responsible for supporting, to bridging the gap between academia and economy. Our mission is to transform economy by science. So it's So that's this gap between academia and economy is where we work. So we work on incentives, and when we look at the Portuguese funds, PT 2020, by areas of our smart strategy, we see that the ICT are in the 8th place within 15 different smart strategy domains. But then when we look at the incentive for R&D projects, then it falls to significantly to the 13th place. And so there's a lot of support to ICT. So it's in the middle, but then when we are talking about R&D, it's harder. Nevertheless, I would like to continue a little bit or more on that. In terms of PT 2020 funds, regarding the ICT, you can see that fashion takes the lead, then architecture, then technology and information applied to ICT, like software, games, digital contents, and then you have ICT applied to industry, and finally you have music, cinema, radio, and things like that. Again, when we look only for R&D projects, then you can see that fashion and textile and shoes are far ahead. So again, we have on PT 2020 we have almost 3,000 projects financed with an incentive of 1.2 billion euros. Again, these are the sectors, and in terms of R&D, much less projects, and obviously a very limited number of incentives for R&D. And again, fashion taking the lead. Nevertheless, I would like to share a couple of examples of projects that we have supported. This is the XPCAM solution. It's basically technology a non-invasive technology to look into art. It's a technology that allows to analyze through X-rays different works of art, and it's being used in different countries already. And we have this is a co-promotion R&D project between universities, design studios, companies, and also residues companies, so to create value and to make these sort of products more sustainable. And so they use different natural organic materials so that these solutions are more sustainable. So to finish, and I don't know if my 7 minutes are up, probably they are, I would like to leave you with Picasso, because he said in Spanish or in Catalan, I don't know, but I will translate it to you in English because I've written in Portuguese. All children are born artists, but the problem is how to continue to be an artist as we grow up. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Diogo. with the small delay, we reached the end of the event. I would like to thank you, the speakers, the moderator, the audience, the staff that supported us today for this event. I think that we saw a lot of art today. We received a lot of information about RegionArt. Well, I hope that you will bring home the message that having art and applying art in our life is not easy, but I think that there is hope that we can use more art as a methodology. Now we are closing the event, but the event is not over yet. We have still a networking cocktail that will be hosted on the right side of the room, while on the left side we'll have the meeting point for the guided visit to the Casa da Musica. There is about 50 minutes for the visit to start. Even if you didn't register in the registration form, I think that you can still join the guided visit. It will take around 45 minutes and it will bring you around this beautiful building. For who doesn't have time, you can still just have a networking drink with us, with the regional partners, to ask questions or to explore more detail for collaboration or more information. The presentation and all the material of today's event will be then uploaded in the RegionArt website, so you will have access to the presentation. Our contacts are available in the website as well. For anything else, for any question, we remain at your disposal. Thank you again for your participation, and I hope that you enjoyed the event.